beautiful people. How are we doing today? Oh, Jade, you're way more amazing than me. I hope you're having a good day. Guys, if you don't mind, as we get in, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and knock out the daily gift goal. It's these little 1-cent gift goals that'll help push us out to the FYP. Send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It's the I'm ready. Can we knock out the I'm ready, please? Please and thank you. Also, what up, YouTube? How's everybody doing over there? Hey, Phil. Hey, Taro. I see you guys. Good morning. Good morning, JB. How are you? Haley, perfect timing. Listen. May not be there when you want me, but I'm always on time. Not really. Guys, time is a social construct. Time is absolutely a social construct. With that being said, guys, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 8,000 likes in your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live. And last but not least, I don't know. Let go.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. Hey. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. No. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. Hey. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in, if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This a flame space. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Hello, beautiful people. I don't understand why they're doing this. It makes things so hard. Guys, welcome in. Welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. Not today. Not today. All right. There we go. You know, it's weird, like TikTok decides to change things at random times, and I have no idea like what's the rhyme nor reason behind said changes. It's kind of weird. Like chat, for people that don't know, I'm somewhat of a creature of habit, right? Very, very much a creature of habit. And I don't like when the things that I normally do changes, right? I drink the same kind of coffee every day. I watch some of the same shows. I do all the same things, right? And then when I go live, I set like some of the same daily gift goals to help get push or whatever. And it just sucks when they change stuff. So thank you for the cake. Conservative in that sense? No, not at all. Not at all. Thank you. Anyway, guys, if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. And guys, I hope that everyone else did not waste their time on that idiocracy that was a national briefing last night. It was super interesting to watch it, right? And the reason why I say it was super interesting to watch it is because it could have been an email. Could have been a fucking email. Donald Trump just opened his mouth and lied the entire time. Like nonstop, just babbling blatant lies. And I'm sitting there screaming, saying, Donald Trump told you the truth. Just, okay, sure. Hey, Stevie, guess what? I'm going to mute you, bud, because one, I don't let Trump supporters talk in my chat. But two, I sent you a request. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here and tell me about it. If you think that he told me the truth, come up here and tell me where I must have misheard, right? I must be the one that's wrong. And if I'm wrong, then come up and, help me out. Help me out. Hey, good morning, Mouth. How are you?
Good morning. Yourself?
Good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Mouth, I would like to actually find out how you feel, where you stand in Trump's America, where it seems like war is being waged in multiple ways. But before I do, quick question.
Yeah.
Do you know who I am?
Santana.
That is accurate. More specifically, do you know what this is? Like, I know it's a TikTok live, but specifically what this is.
Debate.
Kind of. Would you mind if I give you a proper introduction to who I am and what this is?
Yes, I would.
You wouldn't mind?
I would not.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
One moment.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana 101 debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, do all the wonderful things, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Let's get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Let's get the shares up as well. Also, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. With that being said, we have Mouth here. And Mouth, I'm just trying to understand, like, we're at a point now, right, where it seems like Donald Trump is playing in the face of the American people. And the reason why I say that is because you remember when Donald Trump said that he was the president of peace and, no new wars and all this other stuff?
Yeah.
It seems like he's starting multiple wars on multiple fronts. And when I say that, I mean stuff like Venezuela. Of course, he's trying to get the oil. You can talk about the war on healthcare, the fact that healthcare is about to go up for everyone.
Okay,
the failed immigration war, the isms, which is a culture war.
That's inaccurate.
And then last but not least, the dozing Don, which for some reason you guys are going to war to say this old man isn't old, but whatever. Anyway, where would you like to go with, Mouth? Which one?
Definitely immigration. We'll start with immigration.
Ooh, okay. So we're going to start with immigration. And I'm telling you, I want to give you a fair warning, right? I'm pretty sure you tell me if you have or not. Do you know what HR 4371 is?
No.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just gonna let you know this isn't gonna go how you think it is.
Oh no, it will.
I just told you.
Don't make me look that up, dude.
Okay. Yeah, no. You. I promise you. You're gonna want to look that up. But anyway, go ahead. Give me your stance. Why do you think that that's not a failed war on immigration?
Because ICE is like, it's a contrary to Biden's way of doing immigration, right? He basically just got these people, they're jumping over the border, arrest them, take them away. Trump does it very in a much better way, right?
How so?
Because he does people who are already here, people who are already established, and people who are dangerous. In that way.
Do you know what expedited removal is?
Sorry?
Do you know what expedited removal is?
I'm gonna say no. I think I do that.
No worries. Expedited removal is a process that was used under the Obama administration, Biden administration, Trump administration. The process of expedited removal was focused on getting those people who had been in the country for less than 2 years, and also those people that were closer to the border versus being inward in the country. And expedited removal, while even being challenged under the Obama administration, was ruled to be legal because one, Barack Obama was giving access to due process, but even more so, it was super effective and allowed Barack Obama and Joe Biden to actually deport at like such a high rate. But Donald Trump has expanded expedited removal, which has caused him to end up in court and challenging the legality of it, because now he switched it from, you know, prioritizing people that have been in the country for 2 years to people who have been here longer, and then also no longer focusing on the area. That's why you see them doing things like the ICE raids in Chicago and things like that instead of addressing other areas. So my question to you is, if Barack Obama and Joseph Robinette Biden actually did expedited removal and they were able to be super successful with their deportation process, but Donald Trump, who has put a focus on deportation, has changed expedited removal and has been deporting at a lower rate than both Barack Obama and
because he's focusing on the real shit. He's getting the real shit.
Let me finish.
All right.
Deporting at a lower rate than both Barack Obama and Joseph Robinette Biden. The question is, how can you say that Donald Trump has been successful is if he's doing the thing that he said that he was going to do at a way lower clip?
Okay. So first of all, he's doing the real deals. Okay. He's not going after these dudes who are just doing construction. All right. He's doing the real.
He actually is, though.
And I'll tell you this. All right.
He's actually going after the dudes doing construction.
Well, yeah, he is, but also the Escobars and things of that nature, right?
No, and he's letting them free in our country.
Okay, well, no, it's not. First of all,
who is
you're very confused. You're very confused.
The former drug leader that he actually just pardoned?
No, that was a whole different thing, though.
Okay, if you say so. Anyway, I'm sorry.
He was political. That was political.
Everything's political to you guys.
No,
anyway, I apologize.
Well, everything is political. Everything is political. But yeah. So the people that Biden were getting out of here, they were actually taken out using Title 42, which is a Trump era policy. Yes, it is. Most of them were.
Neither one of those statements are true.
A lot of it. Yes, it is. Yes, they were.
What's Title 42?
Look it up.
What's Title 42?
It's like some kind of legislation or something that
it's not.
lets you make people leave with like.
Are you just to make sure I'm like, because I don't want to misspeak when I speak to you. I want to make sure. Are you being genuine when you say that, or are you trolling?
No troll. Serious. Look it up. Serious.
No. I have. Do you know? Have you looked up Title 42?
Yes.
Have you really?
I've done light reading. Okay.
What type of light reading?
What do you mean, dude? I just know what it is. Like, loosely.
Yeah, I'm so like serious question. I'm not even joking, because like I don't want to. Again, I'm trying to be really cautious how I speak to you, because I don't want to speak to you in a certain way if it's just a issue where like you're ignorant of the issue, right? And you have an opportunity to actually educate yourself, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if it's something where you genuinely are being disingenuous, then I'm gonna.
I know what it is.
What is it?
Listen, okay. It is a policy used to take people. It's something. It's a piece of legislation. Exactly. That lets people get removed.
No, it's not.
Due to certain sicknesses. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No. Title 42 is an emergency order that allows the borders to be closed during worldwide events such as the pandemic. Title 42 was used during COVID, and was used under the Trump administration.
Okay, but watch this though.
Due to the actual COVID crisis, and then after that, Joseph Robinette Biden tried to keep it in place, but the Supreme Court said no, that he couldn't because the pandemic was over.
Yeah, you try to keep it in place, but who brought it in place? Right. Exactly.
Because of the global pandemic. Hey, again, like I mean, I'm being really serious.
He put it here, though. He put it here. He brought it here.
Yeah, I'm being really serious because to this point, I'm trying to have a genuine conversation with you, and I'm not like doing all the clown stuff because I'm trying to talk to you like a person.
No clown shit. No clown shit.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is you're starting to get to the point where I feel like you're kind of disingenuous, and
dude?
Just an FYI, I'm gonna start to dunk on you if you don't bring it back.
Bro, you bring your best, dude. Bring your best. You don't got shit.
Okay. I'm just letting you know I gave you that warning. Give me a second, okay? W's in the chat for Conway for the $3 donation. Conway said,
"You got to chat GPT."
Mouth, I need you to be quiet for a minute. Thank you. W's in the chat for Conway. Conway sent a $3 donation saying you have to understand the impact Trump has had on the Canadians and Canada. What you're doing is so important to us. Thank you, neighbor. Absolutely. Shout out to my neighbors in the north, to Canada, like literally the north. I'm so close to Canada, so I love and appreciate you guys. W's in the chat for Justin for the $2 super chat. Say, keep spitting the truth. Much love, brother. Much love to you. W's in the chat for It's Aura, who sent a $5 super chat to say, hello, Santana. I subscribe to you because Dean and Parker keep setting these MAGA nuts straight. Absolutely. Absolutely. I really appreciate you. I don't know what that's about. This is stupid. Anyway, guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right. So I just sent you a request to come off mute, Mouth. Mouth, Title 42 is an emergency act. The only reason Donald Trump was able to enact Title 42 is because of the global pandemic. And if there were no global pandemic, then Donald Trump would not have been able to actually enact Title 42. We can even take a look at the border crossings prior to Donald Trump being able to enact Title 42. He was so down bad for some type of assistance when it comes to the border that he literally was going to the House begging them to approve the appropriations for the border wall, which they didn't do. So he ended up taking the money from the Army Corps engineers and trying to actually build the wall. That's how bad things were. Give me 1 second. Chat, yes, I see it. I don't know what that's about. It said that it's 10-minute suspension on the gifts or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. Regardless, just keep tapping the screen. Yeah, that has nothing to do with it. Anyway, Mouth, I would like for you to address what I just said. Why was Donald Trump so desperate to find something to help with the border that he took money from the Army Engineer Corps?
He didn't take shit, dude.
He took money from the Army Engineer Corps.
I feel like you're like conflating two different things. Like you're saying like he takes money and then therefore that's why he did this, but that's like there's no real connection. He literally
took the appropriated funds from the Army Engineer Corps and allocated it to trying to build the border wall, which he built less than 5 miles with, while actually using those funds.
I don't know if that's a fact, dude. I'm gonna have to fact check that because I don't think. Okay, I think if you did some financial investigation into there, you would find that that's not the truth. You want me to?
Yes, I do.
Dude, I don't want to dunk on you, dude.
Yeah, go look it up.
I don't think you deserve this. Yeah, what do you want me to search up, dude? I'm gonna fuck your shit up.
Sure. What did I just tell you happened?
He took funds from these engineering thingies and then he used it to do something else.
All right. This is my last warning to you, Mouth, because
okay.
I mean, I genuinely I would rather move on than sit here and play silly games. Either we're gonna engage in good faith and you're gonna listen and we're gonna respond to each other, or I'm just gonna move on because I'm not sitting here looking for someone to waste my time.
Okay.
Donald Trump took money from the Army Engineer Corps and appropriated it to use for building the border wall in his first administration. This was due to the amount of border crossings prior to Title 42.
I fail to see how that's bad, though.
The point that I'm making is Title 42 is the only thing that allowed him to actually shut down the border because of the global pandemic. And as soon as the pandemic was over, Title 42 had to go away. Donald Trump has not done anything positive for the border in this administration. And even with his ICE raids, he's going too far. The question I have for you, right? Because you've already gone here, and I kind of primed the pump early in the conversation. I actually, did you know about HR 4371? You said no, and I'm assuming that you haven't even taken the time to look it up. So here goes nothing. The question I have for you is, do you care about our kids?
Yeah.
Do you think children are innocent? Children are innocent?
If they haven't committed crimes, yeah. What kind of question is that? Like what?
Keep going. Do you think that children should be protected?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you disagree with any type of sexual exploitation of kids?
Yes, I disagree.
Would you disagree if there was legislation passed that would allow kids to be sexually exploited?
That would be bad. I would disagree with that legislation.
Cool. HR 4371 is a piece of legislation that passed through the House. It's now heading to the Senate. Under the Republican Party, they passed a piece of legislation that allows trigger warning chat, that allows cavity searches, full body searches of minors, unaccompanied, undocumented minors, 13 years of age or older, by ICE agents. Not a medical professional, not some situation where they're bringing them in and they're processing them, but literally ICE agents. If this bill is passed, if this legislation is passed and signed into law by the Republican-led leadership, this will allow ICE agents who, just FYI, ICE, the actual requirements and to be able to get into ICE have been rolled back multiple times, including the physical standard. Joey, I know you said 12 years old. You're saying that, but I'm looking here and it says 13, 12 or 13.
That was misinformation, buddy. I was talking to Joey.
Please don't play with me in the middle of what I'm saying, because what I'm saying right now is not a joke.
Okay.
Like, what do you think is a joke about me giving information about this right now?
I was really helping you.
Okay. I don't need your help in this. With that being said, it says here 13. It said in case of who is 13 years of age or older. So I'm going to stay with 13 because that's what I see here. But the point being, unaccompanied minors. It allows ICE agents, and ICE, the requirements for ICE has been rolled back. And so not only has the physical requirement been completely scrapped, the amount of time for people have to actually go through training to become ICE agent has been shortened. And last but not least, they have completely laxed the background qualifications, the background checks that they do to ensure that ICE is someone that can be trusted. They've reduced that as well. So, Mouth, understanding that now the Republican-led leadership is looking to pass a bill that would allow ICE agents, random ICE agents, to just cavity search children, unaccompanied minors, without any permission.
What does that mean?
How do you feel about that?
Cavity search.
Go look that one up.
Is it?
No, go look cavity search.
Is it like what I think it is?
No. Go look up cavity search.
I don't want to right now.
Yes. I need you to look that up. Instead of me telling you things, you need to look it up and actually see it for yourself. While he does that, a couple of quick thank yous. Thank yous in the chat for Conway, who sent a $1 donation saying, oh, okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Conway. I appreciate the $1. Also, W's in the chat for So Charmed, who sent a $1 donation saying Obama actually deported people from prisons. Trump is not. Yeah, Trump is using people for free slave labor. That's the difference. Guys, if anyone else likes Support the Live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out, guys. Make sure you're liking the stream. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 125,000 likes on YouTube. And also over on, on TikTok, on YouTube, let's get those likes up. We should have at least as many likes as we have views. So like the stream, hit the thumbs up.
I'm not gonna lie, this is not very it's not very informational. This Google here.
What did you find when
Is
you
it,
looked
is it
up
just
what
like
is
let's
cavity
just?
search?
It says like an intrusive inspection of orifices. Oh,
Yeah.
so like it's like when you get booked and they like tell you like bend over and
What's
shit or
an
what?
orifice? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's fucked up, dude.
So
But
are
you
you
have to think
good
about
with ICE agents being able to do that to 13-year-olds?
Whoa, that's actually false information though.
That's literally not
Because it
false
says here,
information.
it says here, you have to be a medical professional for this.
Oh, you're looking up for cavity searches?
No, it's body cavity
Body
here,
cavity.
man.
Yeah.
Body
That's
cavity.
that's the guidance behind, like, you shouldn't just go around and do random cavity searches on people. That's what that's saying. But this actual piece of legislation,
Fourth Amendment, man. Fourth Amendment.
This actual piece of legislation here, HR 4371, gives ICE agents the ability to do so. So now I need you to answer. No, I don't care what you think. You need to go look up HR 4371 then and tell me, are you okay with ICE agents having the ability to actually do cavity searches for 13-year-olds?
There obviously has to be a reason for this, though.
Okay. What reason do you think is justified for ICE agents who, again, giving the specifics that I just gave you, right? The actual,
I'm just throwing it out there, like.
Wait, but
let's say,
I need you to answer this, Mouth. They are one. They're shortened on their training. Two, they are shortened on physical requirements. But three, most importantly, the background checks for ICE have been laxed. And so people like the Proud Boys, the Boogaloo Boys, like actual known racists, are out here signing up for ICE. And with that being said, now they have
that's speculative at best, though. That's very speculative.
No, that's not speculative. That's actually true.
Very speculative.
No, it's not. It's
but it's you're painting a false picture here.
What false picture am I painting?
Not everyone that is a part of those groups signs up for that, though.
I didn't say everyone. I said you now have members of those hate groups signing up for ICE. And they're being let in because of the actual reduction as far as the requirements in order to join ICE.
Okay. But let's just say, all right, they're using these people to smuggle in certain substances that unalive kids here. You know what I mean? That's when I would say, hey, like, as long as it's done properly.
As long as what's done properly. As long as
the search.
Okay, but again, help me understand.
And it's called for, not just everyone getting searched like this.
Help me understand.
Okay.
What is the justification? What's the call for when it comes to unaccompanied minors? Unaccompanied minors.
Unaccompanied, you said?
Yes, unaccompanied minors. So this isn't a situation where
that would be even more suspicious. That would actually make me more suspicious.
Exactly. It's not a situation where their parents are there and their parents are overseeing it. It's unaccompanied minors and ICE agents out in the street get to actually do it.
I don't think that. I'm going to read this, just what?
Yeah, go ahead and read the actual bill. Again, it's already been passed through.
And markings, yes. This is not. I don't think this is what you think it is, man. Okay.
What are you reading? Are you putting it in chat GTP or are you actually on congress.gov?
Nah, dude, I'm on supportkind.org and waclu.org.
Yeah, how about we go to congress.gov and look up the specific specific piece of legislation.
Bro wants me to go to the govy.
I don't know what that is, but I'm saying why. Let's go to congress.gov and look up HR 4371. It's from the 119th Congress, 2025 through 2026.
Yeah. How about I stick it into GPT?
No.
Come on, man. Come on, dude.
That's lazy as fuck. Two, it's not going to give you. Yes, it literally is. Also, how? AI, because you're just rejecting new technology. No, I'm not rejecting new technology. I use DeepSeek all the time. But you know what I don't use it for?
Bro uses the communist Chinese AI, by the way.
It's better than ChatGTP. Absolutely superior. The point that I'm trying to make
is here is not America First trader, by the way.
The point that I'm trying to make is understanding the need and when you use AI versus actually going to the primary source and digging through it, it's a huge difference. And so while putting something in AI gives you confirmation bias, because depending on the way that you place the wording, it'll give you certain information, and then it's not always accurate. One of my favorite things is to tell people about how, like, if you actually try to look up historical sports events and scores using AI, it doesn't give you the right information. It's super weird, but there's a certain amount of issues that it occurs. So again, how about you go to congress.gov and look up HR 4371. W's in the chat for Kayla. Kayla sent $1 donation saying, which one did you send it to? Can you put it in? I'm looking here. I don't know if you sent it to my main or if you sent it to the backup, but I'm not seeing anything, but I'll keep looking. Thank you so much, Kayla, for the $1 donation. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Also, guys, make sure that if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Tap the screen. Make sure that you hit that follow button, and also follow the backup. Make sure you follow both accounts. All right. Did you go look up the bill?
Yes, dude. I'm on the website. This thing's from the 2000s era, dude.
When was it actually passed? The websites.
Yes, this is the most insane thing I put the search in, and it's just nuts, dude.
I don't care about how you feel about the website. Did you look up the actual piece of legislation?
Yeah, I got it. I could bill amendment committee meeting.
Have you read it?
Dude, there isn't much to read here, to be honest.
Yeah, you're on the summary. Go ahead and look through the summary. There's these things called tabs, right? The first one is the summary. It gives you a high level overview. And then if you go to the second one, that's the text. That's the entire piece of legislation. Then you can go to the actions, which lets you know how the actual bill has processed. I can't even see that, man. You can go to titles. What do you mean you can't see
it? HR 4371.
Mm-hmm.
This is nuts, dude. This is why you have used ChatGPT, bro.
No, you know what the issue is, Mouth? How old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
21.
Are you sure?
No, bro's about to act all wise now.
I mean, I don't act wise. I try to be as wise as possible. The point that I'm making is
that everyone
lack of critical thinking is absolutely astounding.
My shit's the most critical, pal.
Yeah. Do you know what Dunning-Kruger is? You know what Dunning-Kruger is?
Yes.
What's Dunning-Kruger?
Someone who has a little information and overestimates their knowledge or abilities in a given subject. And I'm telling you, I'm on the far right.
No, that's actually being a ultra crepidarian. Dunning-Kruger is thinking that you're the smartest person in the room, even though you're clearly not. And that's what's happening right now. For some reason, you're overestimating your intelligence when speaking to me, not understanding that not only have you not done the research, but you're unwilling to actually engage in critical.
You just Dunning-Kruger that. You just Dunning-Kruger your explanation, dude.
Okay, sure. Anyway, Joey. Hey, Joey.
Hey, what's up, Santana?
You guys no idea what he's talking about, dude.
Stop talking, Mouth. Go ahead, Joey.
Hey, I'm just coming up because a Mouth, and I hope this doesn't come off the wrong way. If it does, what may it be? But I'm not gonna lose my cool because I don't think you're serious. But if you are serious when you're talking about this HR bill specifically that just passed the House, dude, how do you not see the problem with this? Do you know what would be considered an unaccompanied minor in the United States? Do you know what would fall under that?
Someone walking alone, unaccompanied, and being a minor. Like what?
Right, but specifically here in the United States, that would even call, so if the parents are even here, but they're detained, they're under immigration holds, et cetera, that considers this anybody under the age of 18 and accompanied minor, right? And with this new bill,
like
that
if
would
parents get detained.
Hey, you don't speak while other people are speaking, and that's how a conversation works.
I'm just clarifying here, man.
And Mouth, what this bill allows, it allows ICE agents, right? While at the same time, when children are placed in these other detentions, or not detention centers, but holding places, you can have the inspection done by doctors, which happens, right? Even when you go to the hospital, the doctor has to ask you if you're okay with your child being touched for the examination that goes on, right? If it was done by a medical expert, the claim could be made. But this is not. This is being done by ICE agents.
Okay, wait. I found the actual thing here.
Did you go to the actual bill? Like, do you have all? I
Yes.
believe it's 6 pages.
6 pages.
If you're on congress.gov where I told you to, then you can go to the tabs. There's the summary tab. There's the text. The text tab has all of the full bill.
This guy bringing me to this esoteric. Oh, wait, I found it. Summary.
Now go to text. Text is the full bill.
Text. Okay. There's not 6 pages here, dude. Is it blue?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many pages it is because
Is
it's
it blue?
all just on. Yes, it's blue. I'm not sure if it's 6 pages or not. I don't know. All I know is this is the entire bill, but it also has links to the additional amendments as well. Mouth. How are we making shit up if we had to?
Joey was.
We walked you directly to this actual information. Like
Yes.
again, Mouth. Being dead ass serious, because I don't know if you think that like this is playtime or jokey joke shit, but like seriously, any other topic, sure. But this isn't a joke.
Okay.
So either cut the shit or I'm gonna move on. Seriously.
Okay. I haven't been doing that at all, dude.
You're sitting here making jokes about something that is absolutely
How am I making
heinous.
jokes? I just said Joey was making shit up.
Joey, go ahead and finish.
And he was. 6 pages, dude. This thing's not even half a page, dude.
You don't want to take the time to actually read the bill. The problem. Sorry, Santana.
Control F.
I was just about
Tell
to
me where
say,
it says ICE agents. ICE agents can
FYI, if you actually click on the PDF file, it's actually more than 6 pages. It's 14 pages. But like I said, under the listing of text, it's the actual bill, and then it has the links connected to the amendments and different information that's added. So the actual text that you're looking at is the information within the bill, and then there's links that gives context and more details with bills. I know you wouldn't know this because you don't look at bills and you just use ChatGPT for everything, but like you have to actually look at the information.
So the deep
anyway, go ahead, Joey.
No, I completely lost my train of thought. What I was going to tell him there. Yeah, but regardless, when it comes to that bill, how is that defensible for you, Mouth?
Yeah, dude. If there's a certain investigation going on, and
there isn't.
Okay, well, let's just say there is. Like, let's relax.
But there isn't. Why do we have to say there is?
Let's say there isn't, and they just see, they see these people, and they're like, oh, these people might be trafficking some dangerous.
You say these people. Make sure you say 13-year-olds. Make sure instead of saying instead of saying these people, make sure you say 13-year-olds because this applies to 13-year-olds. So don't try to actually run from the fact that we're talking about kids. So make sure when you say these people, you address it as 13-year-olds. Go.
No, because they wouldn't be doing it though.
They literally
would. They could
would.
just have it on them. They could have it on them. It doesn't mean they're like orchestrating it.
This affects.
I think you're like getting confused here.
Mouth. This piece of legislation it affects kids. We're talking about 13-year-olds.
Mm-hmm. Wait. Can I'm control F? I actually found the thing. Where does it say these ICEs can do the
Which department does ICE fall under?
I don't know. DOD.
You should no. Go look it up.
Is you good, dude? Are you kidding me right now?
No, because you know what? I'm so tired of telling you guys stuff. And one, you don't listen. No. Two, you don't critically think. And three, if I give you the information, then you'll never remember the information.
I just said this. Okay, same shit, dude. Same shit.
What's same shit?
Like DHS, DOD, same shit, dude.
No, DOD is the Department of Defense. DHS is what? Department of Homeland Security. Those are two different departments.
Okay. All right, dude. They probably have it like segregated like that for like tax purposes, man. Same shit, dude.
How do you feel so comfortable actually saying shit and like not having any sort?
Because it's quite obvious, man. Like what? They're dressed like the military. They look like the military. They take military funding. It's the military.
So does every part of our government function the same?
No.
But they're just different for tax purposes.
Well, no, dude.
Okay, so do you understand how that's a asinine statement that you just made?
Well, they're both above the like. I'd say they're both executive. They're part of the executive branch, and they're both pretty. At
this
similar
point, you're just trying to actually get away from the point. Now, I would like for you to answer Joey's question directly. Joey,
yeah,
give him your question again, and mouth, don't run from the question.
Okay. Run into the question.
Again, and let me restate it so that way I guess it makes a little bit more sense. I guess under your belief, Mouth, seriously, what makes this bill to go in and do these deep intensive searches on literal children? What part of that makes it okay? And we can get into other parts of the bill too. Again, there's parts of the bill that have been happening. But even who the children can be released to, there's certain changes that were made to that at the discretion of the Attorney General. But just I want to stay on topic with the searches. What would make that okay done by a non-professional, done by an ICE agent, not a medical doctor?
I don't have proof that it can be done by a non-professional, so I'm not going to answer that because I don't know if there's proof. And I asked for the Control F already, and I haven't been given that. So
ICE is members of
based on the but DHS. I'll answer for medical. I'll answer for
ICE is members of DHS, and it's for members of DHS. Hey, I need you to answer the question directly.
That's not a control. That's not in there, dude.
I need you to answer the question directly, and I'm dead ass serious. If you can't answer the question, I'm kicking you. Joey, one more time.
Mouth, at this point now, I'm just genuinely wanting to understand you as a person. So can you please tell me what would make that okay under your eyes?
If they have substances on them that could potentially unalive other children.
They're in detention centers.
No, yeah, dude. Doesn't matter. You see what they can get in there? TVs, chips, things of that nature, you know? Substances, like, come on out.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. And I promise you guys, I'm not here for the weirdo, disingenuous shit today. I have no interest in doing that. So if you are a Trump supporter and you would actually like to debate any topic, go ahead and request up and we will have those debates. But I promise you, I'm not playing games today. Like, I don't want to deal with people that won't answer questions or won't say things directly or who are going to be disingenuous in every single thing. I also don't want to speak with pseudo intellectuals, people who think they're way smarter than they are. I'm not interested in that either. So. And
hey, Santana, sorry, I didn't mean to come up. This bill specifically has made me so angry. It's affected me. I mean, you know, I'm a father. I see my children in that. So yes, this bill fucked me up, and I'm sorry for speaking like that. But
no.
I just hate people like that speak on this without them knowing, and them truly will never have that fear, right? That they'll have to think there and say, what if this happens to my children? What if this happens to my family members? And that fucking pisses me off. But I can go ahead and get back down to the comments. I didn't like that.
You're always welcome, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, brother.
All right, cool. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. Let's go from here. Oh, didn't mean to do that. We have two people loading now.
It doesn't matter.
No. Are you a Trump supporter?
So.
No. Are you a Trump supporter?
You couldn't beat Terraria.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm going to drop you. You've been trying to get up here for days, and when I finally bring you up, you aren't here. So I'm going to drop you. I guess it wasn't meant to be. I know it looks like Sutton has loaded, but Sutton is not here on my side. Sutton, are you here? I don't think they're actually here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay. What can I call you? I think your profile first at CJ, but it kind of changed. What can I call you?
Jay.
Jay? All right, Jay, if you don't mind, can you give me like 2 minutes real quick while I read off a couple of thank yous?
Sure.
Perfect, thank you. W's in the chat for Conway. Conway sent a $5 donation, said, tell Mouth to drink some damn water. Sounds like a camel. It was worse up here. Like, he was also eating shit, and it was in my ear. It's fucking wild. W's in the chat for Jennifer for the $1 donation, said, thank you for being an LGBTQ plus ally and helping to spread awareness and kindness. XX, absolutely. I'm sorry, not the dollar, $10. Thank you so fucking much, Jennifer. Thank you for the $10 donation, and I appreciate it. I mean, I think that it's right. It's only right for marginalized communities to protect other marginalized communities. So I'm always going to do my best to do that. W's in the chat for Kel for the 80% of D-rugs brought into the U.S. is by American citizens. That's true. W's in the chat for Kayla, who sent a $1 donation. I'll check that, Kayla. Thank you so much for that $1 donation. W's in the chat for Kiara, who sent a $10 donation saying, I truly don't know how you do this every day. I have to take mental breaks just as a viewer. These people are insufferable. Protect your peace and take care of yourself. Listen, I really do. And I try not to let it get to me. And that's why in certain situations, I just really genuinely want to have like honest conversations and debates. But I know it's important. And so that's why I'm here every day for you guys, because somebody's got to do it, right? W's in the chat for Marie for the $7.70 donation saying, can I use my tag me in for this? I'm about to leave campus for lunch and I have notes. I'm sorry, Marie, one, you have to do tag me in the Discord. You got to put it in the Discord. But two, yeah, I would have loved for you to just make sure that you use the Discord and you put it in there, and then you can absolutely use your tag me in if you're a subscriber. Guys, W's in the chat. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Last but not least, look up at the top. You see the word follow. You're not following me. Follow the main account. We're so close to 70,000 followers on the main account. So go ahead and hit that follow button. Please, please, please hit the follow button. All right, Jay, I apologize. Thank you for being patient. Jay, the floor is yours. How are you still able to support Donald Trump while he's actively starting multiple forms of war?
Let me ask you this. How do you feel about Trump meeting with the Al-Qaeda leader in the Oval Office on Veterans Day?
I think that Donald Trump has met with many deplorable leaders across the globe in different places that I disagree with.
So do you disagree with him meeting with that leader in the Oval Office on Veterans Day?
I disagree with a lot of the meetings, but I understand them. So, I mean, it's really a non sequitur for me.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that because I don't like Trump. He's a fucking piece of shit. I just want.
Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. This completely slows down the live when you do things like that. I really appreciate you. But please, please, please don't do that. Is there a TikTok link where you become a super fan for the Discord? I have no idea, Kay. I don't know how superfan works. Like, maybe I need to figure it out, but I have no idea. Honestly, not even joking. Once they went from subs to superfans or whatever, like, it completely screwed me over. I need to pay attention to it. I'll check it out. I don't know. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Yeah, I appreciate you, Jay, and I appreciate you for being here. I understand you being new. But when people are hosting lives and they're looking for opposition for debates, having people who actually aren't the class of people that is being requested, it slows down the live. And it also, the thing about Trump supporters is they have the attention span of a goldfish. I talk to you all the time. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. I read the stuff that you say and then I just respond. Anyway, Trump supporters have the attention span of a goldfish. And so when we have situations where non-Trump supporters are getting up here, it slows things down and it causes them to scurry away. It's kind of tough because they're already super scary as it is. But Trump supporters, get in the box. I would absolutely love to know how you guys feel about this pending war. And which war am I talking about? The war of Venezuela, the war on healthcare, the war on immigration, the war on, or the cultural war, or the war to protect a old, failing, doddering fool. Chat, how many of you guys, so last night when Donald Trump actually got ready to address the country, right? Address the country. Yes, war in multiple ways. Last night when Donald Trump got ready to address the country, there were originally two schools of thought. The first school of thought, there was rumblings that Donald Trump was actually going to resign, right? That Donald Trump was going to step down and JD Vance was up in the batter's box. That was the first kind of rumblings. And then it shifted from that to Donald Trump officially declaring war with Venezuela, right? That was the next thing. Tucker Carlson was loud and proud about it. Not proud about it, but loud about it at the very least. And even like Maduro down in Venezuela had put out information like an hour before Trump was supposed to address the nation, saying like the U.S. wants to install a puppet system within the country. And then there were also actual fighter jets leaving, 4 sets of 5 of the F-22 Raptors leaving Virginia heading south. And so there was a whole bunch of possibilities with that. But he ended up not doing that. 1 second. No, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. No, quick question. You're a Trump supporter, right?
No, I love you.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'm blocking you. Please don't do that. I blocked this person specifically because this person had been spamming over and over and over, let me up, let me up, let me up. This person has been here forever. And at first I said, I'm not gonna let you up because normally when people are spamming and they come up, they literally come up and they slur or they do weird stuff, right? And finally I let this person up because they had requested up enough and I didn't think they were gonna slur or actually do anything weird. And you come up to actually violate the rules of the live. That's not fun. It's not cute. And it completely slows down the flow of the live. Please respect people's boundaries. Like no means no. Seriously. That's weird when people can't respect other people's boundaries. Anyway, like I was saying, so the actual next pretext as far as going to war with Venezuela, that's what a lot of people were actually talking about. And so from that point, Donald Trump came on last night and he did not announce that we were going to war with Venezuela like a lot of people thought that he was. Like I genuinely thought that he was, right? I was all over it. I was prepared, to make a video and do all this other stuff. But then he got on national television, thank you for the cake, and just lied. Just like lied, like perpetually lied about everything. How do you get into the Discord? You have to be a member as of now. You have to be a member and you have to go through like the links. So if you're, you have to be like a super fan or a member over on TikTok. I would request, or I would say for people to actually join over on YouTube. The membership, it's a little cheaper and it's easier to get in. Hi, Dance. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am a Trump supporter.
Okay, and how old are you?
17.
Okay. Can't be on TikTok live.
My
until you're
bad.
18. Hi, Mary. Are you a Trump supporter? Mary, are you a Trump supporter? Oh, no. Okay. W's in the chat for Susan for the $1 donation saying any word on if Solid has a YouTube. I'm positive he does, but I forgot to actually text him yesterday when you said that. So I am going to, in real time, text him right now just to ensure that I get an answer to your question. So yeah, I got you. Sorry. I know he has a Patreon, which I think is way more important than the Discord. So if he hops in at any point today, I'll have him come up and talk about it. But getting into his Patreon, I think that's like super dope because not only do they teach classes and have different information, but they also post like videos and it's a whole bunch of stuff. Like it's a whole bunch of stuff. So there's that. Now, Donald Trump, I think the reason why Donald Trump did not announce that we are going to war with Venezuela is not because he is not escalating tensions with Venezuela, because he is, right? The blockade is all about escalating tensions, right? He literally made a statement saying that Venezuela, we have you surrounded with the blockade. And for anyone that doesn't know why that's stupid, it's stupid because Trump said it, but it's also stupid because there's no way to actually surround Venezuela because it's not an island, right? Donald Trump made a statement as if Venezuela was an island, and it's not. So there's that. With that being said, he is posturing for war with Venezuela and escalating the war by putting that blockade in place, by seizing the oil tanker and then making statements such as saying that, oh, Venezuela has taken the United States land and taken United States oil and we want it back. That's just not true. That's literally not true. Second here. Shelly, are you a Trump supporter? Shelly, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. He said that the United States wants back their land and oil, but there's no land and oil being taken. W's in the chat for Justin for the $1 super chat. Justin, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $1. There's no land and oil to take back, and it's also not blockaded because it's not an island. So the stupidity continues to ring loud from Donald Trump. But I think that the reason why he did not announce a pending war with Venezuela is because the pressure and the blowback that came from Congress. Now, the rumblings are, hey, Kiara, the rumblings are that prior to yesterday's announcement, so yesterday was Wednesday, on Tuesday, they said that Donald Trump had briefed members of Congress and told members of Congress that they were going to, he was going to declare war with Venezuela. And you could obviously see that because yesterday, members of Congress on both sides, Republicans and Democrats, all came out and were completely condemning Donald Trump for escalating tensions with Venezuela, saying that there's no way that, you know, all these things can happen, blah, 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 right? One actual, I was listening to Mark Kelly speak last night, and I'm glad that I did because I had to go look this up. And hold on a second. Yeah, so I had to go look this up. Yeah, I am. I had to go look this up. And one of the biggest things that was said by the Trump administration is that the reason why they were targeting Venezuela and the actual boats, and specifically things that are coming out of Venezuela, is because of the actual F drug, right? Everyone on here, we've heard Trump supporters come in and say, oh, it's the F drug, it's the F drug. We have to stop the F drug from coming into the country. And I heard Mark Kelly say this, and I had to go look it up. Venezuela actually doesn't traffic F drug. That's not what they traffic. But Trump supporters were loud, proud, and adamant about it. And they then changed their stance from saying, oh, it's the F drug to it's the C drug. And then they finally gave up the game and said it was about the oil. The point that I'm making here is that for anyone that is sitting here trying to justify what Donald Trump is doing and saying that it's a war on drugs, it's not. It's literally about the oil. It's literally about the oil, and they have admitted that it's about the oil. And they're using justifications like deeming the F drug a weapon of mass destruction so they can actually do this. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? You just have a smiley face for a profile picture. Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. W's in the chat for Erica. Erica sent a $3 donation saying Salah's YouTube is PT4. It's at PT by Solid. I'm sorry, at 4TP by Solid. So it's 4TP. And the actual Discord is, the actual YouTube, holy smokes, is 4TP by Solid. I think I might be dyslexic. I get kind of mixed up when you start putting numbers and letters together, and then I try to read it out. So anyway, them trying to use the justification to actually bomb boats, they lied. They lied. It's all about the oil. But I think that Donald Trump got so much backlash last night that he openly made the decision not to announce that we're going to war with Venezuela, even though that's pending. And so with that being said, what he actually did was touted the economy, which was a lie after a lie after a lie. Donald Trump said he has stopped inflation. That's not how inflation works. Donald Trump said inflation was the highest that it had ever been in 40 some odd years when he took it over. That's not true either. Donald Trump went on an open rant about multiple lies. And the thing that really caught my attention was Donald Trump and the way that he obsessed over Joseph Robinette Biden. And I have a different school of thought when it comes to the obsession with Biden. Because he tried to use Biden as coverage for the additional issues that are occurring with the economy. So I think what it is that it's not that, yes, I think Joe Biden is his old nemesis, right? Someone that he feels comfortable with, that he always goes back to. But even more than that, as long as he keeps Joe Biden at the forefront, then he never has to actually own up to his failures. And when I say his failures, I mean the fact that he has completely destroyed the economy. But Donald Trump's always feeling inadequate, right? He's always feeling inadequate when it comes to comparing himself to Joe Biden or Barack Obama. So we know that the Donald Trump actually had the Presidential Walk of Fame added to the White House, right? Where the actual plaques and pictures of the presidents were added. And he, instead of having an actual picture of Joe Biden, he put a picture of an auto pen, which is fucking weird, but whatever. But they had the plaques installed under these pictures. And under the picture of Barack Obama, he had it read out, Barack Hussein Obama, the first African-American president of the United States. And he was a massively divisive president. He then went on to actually have on the plaque, this is on the plaque in the White House under Barack Obama's picture, saying that Barack Obama passed a massively hateful and failure piece of legislation, which was the Affordable Care Act, which then caused the Democrats to lose both power in the House and Senate. That's what he put under the placard. No, that wasn't fake. That's literally what they did. It's at the White House. It's wild. Ryan, are you a Trump supporter?
So
Sorry, man. I was trying to like.
Okay, no worries. I appreciate you. That's what they put under the placards in the White House. W's in the chat for Doreen for the $4 donation saying Orange Man just keeps finding ways to make it scarier by the day. I'm going to say this. That's the point. If anyone's ever really wondering like why it seems like there's always something happening, it's because they're trying to desensitize the American public. The reason why there's always breaking news, the reason why there's one story after the next story after the next story, it's not because of Trump being overcovered. It's not because of the administration. It's just so horrible. It's literally because they're trying to desensitize the American public. Because if you can actually have people numb to the fact that horrible things are happening, they won't actually want to fight back, or they won't care when other horrible things happen. That's what's happening, right? It's a situation where it's like shock and awe, right? It's shock and awe, and if they can continue to actually make they put this in your face, this in your face, this in your face, this in your face, when there is something that's real and we should actually be concerned about it, we've been worn down so many times by all the other wild shit that we can't think about it. Just this week, we became pirates because they stole a Venezuelan tanker. They did the blockade around Venezuela. Donald Trump and his administration has now attacked transgender youth. They actually, it comes to find out the actual unemployment rate is up, but the Vanity Fair piece happened, but they said, oh, that's just missing context. A pregnant woman got a knee in the back and dragged by ICE. All of this stuff and so much more has happened this week, and it's only Thursday. It's happened this week, and it's only Thursday. But the thing that they're holding off for, and the reason why they're doing the shock and awe, I don't see someone named Deborah. I just saw someone say Deborah get in the box. If there's someone named Deborah that's in the comments and they're a Trump supporter and they're yapping, mods, let's go ahead and put a muzzle on Deborah until she decides to actually join. Oh yeah. Let's not forget there was a mass unenlivening event at Brown University. Like all of this happened this week. And the cherry on top is what's supposed to be happening tomorrow. That's the cherry on top. Tomorrow, the Epstein files have to be released. That's what's happening. There's so much chum being thrown in the water because tomorrow the Epstein files have to be released. Yep, it's response to Ron Reiner. Yeah, there's been a shit ton of stuff happening. Now, the interesting thing that I think that's going to happen, I think there's going to be one of two things. One of two things. And it wouldn't shock me with either one. Either they're not going to release the files. Pam Bondi is going to say, oh, we have a new investigation connected to this and we can't release these files. Which technically they've already opened up investigations into Democrats connected with Epstein, so they could use that as coverage. Right? Or number two, they're going to put out information that is heavily redacted. Heavily redacted. Information where they'll give you a paragraph and there's like 2 or 3 words that you can read in the paragraph. And the 2 or 3 words are the, if, but. So I think that either one of those things could happen, but the point being is they're throwing chum in the water and they're trying to distract everyone for all of the things that's happening because there's more shit that's getting ready to happen. Also, just an FYI, an old trick in like business and politics and all this other stuff. It's called the Friday dump. It's even in sports. It's the Friday dump, right? And what you do is when you have bad news, you put it out on Friday because then it gets buried by the weekend. And then by, Monday, people aren't talking about it anymore. Right? So they put bad news out on Friday, so it'll actually be forgotten over the weekend. So do you think Trump is going to start a war on purpose? Yeah, I do. I think like him, the reason why he's so actively, not only is Venezuela about oil, but Venezuela gives him coverage to enact certain wartime powers that gives him additional reach, right? Whether it comes to elections, whether it comes to holding and retaining power, I think all of this is intertwined. So there's that. W's in the chat for Janet. Janet sent a donation and saying, read Trump's speech. We got a bottle of whiskey, and every time he says Biden, we should drink. Got pretty hammered by the end. I can believe that. He mentioned Biden, what, 7 or 8 times? Like, again, that's his old faithful. That's his go-to, right? That's what it is. All right, chat, this is what we're going to do. I need everyone to do me a quick favor because we're so close to 70,000 followers on the main account. If you look up at the top, 1.1 thousand of us hanging here. Go ahead and hit that follow button if you have not hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow, and that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. Follow the main account because we're so close to 70,000 followers. There's 1.2 thousand of us hanging out here. Hit that follow button. Let me know when you do. Also, follow the backup account. I've been putting a lot of attention on actually getting the backup account to the level where it should be. So make sure you follow both of them. All right. So this is what we're going to do because MAGA is a bunch of baby back bitches. So they aren't in the request. And at this point, we're just talking to each other, which I'm fine with that, right? I like talking to you guys. You guys are way smarter than them. You're blocked on the backup account. Melly, mods, can someone check and see what's your name? Melly _ Chris is saying that they're blocked on the backup account. Mods, can someone check that and see about unblocking them if they're friendly? I don't know what the situation is with that. So anyway, this is what we're gonna do. I'm really happy to hear that. We're gonna hit a restart, right? But when we hit a restart, we're gonna go to the backup account. It seems like when do I go MAGA hunting? It just depends. I was trying to go MAGA hunting last night, but like they like to hide in their panels filled. Like the funny thing about going MAGA hunting is they get into like these panels and they're locked on the panels and they have all the boxes filled, or either it's like just them talking to each other and they never bring people up. They never bring people up. It's so weird. Anyway, guys, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hit a restart. Actually, I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee in between the restart, so it'll be like 2 minutes. I'm gonna hit a restart. Thank you for the cake. And we're going on the backup account. So this is the time. There's 1.2 thousand of us right here. If you're not following the backup account, follow the backup account. Follow the backup account. Follow the main account. We're gonna do a restart, and when we come back, we're going to be on the backup account. So has everyone had a chance to follow the backup account yet? Because I'm gonna drop it here in just one moment. Oh no, Carolina, we're just doing a restart and we're going to the backup. What's the backup? This is the backup account right here. So click on the profile picture and then press that plus. Click on the profile picture and press that plus. Followed? Okay. All right, I'm gonna drop it because I'm gonna get this switched over right now. YouTube, give me like 2 seconds. I'm gonna get you guys set up, and that way when I come back, I can just go ahead and hit start instead of having to like bring you guys over and blah 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 blah. What do you guys think about the background? Purple. Because I know I normally do a lot of black with the background, but I've been liking the purple. What do you guys think? I love it too. Thank you. Purple is my jam as well. Purple is the color of the Lakers. Purple and gold. All right, let's get this here. Log in. All right, perfect. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit a restart. Ambush, you can properly remove yourself from my request. Even if I wasn't restarting, I wouldn't platform you. You piece of shit. Ambush, you might as well just stay away from my lives forever.
I'm sorry, Academy. I'm about to send it to y'all now. And I'm gonna put the Dropbox in the political chat there, and here at everybody, everyone. There y'all go.
Did you find out what that prescription was?
No, I'm about to do that right now. Thank you, T, for reminding me. I got ADHD, so you gotta keep me on track, or I'll go trying to figure out everything. What is?
And just a bunch of like dirty, perverted old men. I don't even know who these motherfuckers are. I know Bill Gates, I know Woody, but the remaining, I have no idea.
Oh, it is a urine. Yeah, it's a urinary tract pain reliever. Somebody had many UTIs. Many UTIs. Oh, ew. What the fuck is going on, bro?
Old man.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Dorothy Kill. I see what you said. Wow. Wow.
A whole bunch of dirty old man slong. That's
and a bunch of
diaper slong.
No, it's not Peridian.
That's diaper slong.
No, it's not that what y'all are talking about. Can I read to y'all this text message of them selling this person? This girl?
I think I can show that. Hang on, I can probably show that. Right?
Yeah, show it to you. Because this is actually crazy. And the fact that it says departure city Russia, the fact that it says that really makes me think that we moved past that Wayfair bullshit too motherfucking quick. We moved past, you know what? Let me tell y'all something. I used to be a tinfoil hatter real bad. And I love the fact that I was, because now everything that I said years ago when I was just snooping through the FBI archives and shit is coming true. It's coming. We moved past that. You know what else we moved past too quickly? That fucking mall. Y'all remember that mall in Miami? We moved past that shit too quickly too. Yeah.
You got a Santana raid, Itchy.
You see that, Itchy?
Itchy Must Bartholomew.
Yeah, I'm reading that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look, they got the fucking height, the measurements. This is how they are. I'm gonna my
Mermaid,
stomach
you can't
is
talk to us in parables, Mermaid. You gotta tell us what you're talking about.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So
talk to us like we hit her.
Okay, I'm sorry. Back was it right before? It might have been right before the vid. There was a big tinfoil hat theory going around about WARFAIR. Okay, so y'all know that website, that app. There was a huge thing going around it.
Hold on. They just, do y'all know that T? I'm glad you removed yourself. They just hit T Football, they is on.
I'm gonna shut up then. Let me shut up. Yeah, let me shut
They
up.
just hit T for SEX violation. That is crazy.
Yeah, any e-file stuff's gonna be tough.
That is crazy.
Whoa.
Wow.
And T, I thought this was the party
The
of
New Yorker DM me
transparency.
right now.
I thought this was the party of transparency.
No transparency, ma'am.
No transparency?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Hey, Santana, thank you for the raid, too. Wow.
You know what I want to see? I want to see, I'm not a big cancel culture kind of guy, but they need to go after Bill Gates' ass.
Look at the baby.
Hey, Itchy, can we get people to tap the screen, protect your live? Right quick. Do you mind?
Shit, 1,000 people in here. There's no way that I shouldn't hit 1 million people today. I mean, 1 million likes today.
Yeah, let's do
If
that.
everybody's doing their job, there's no way that I shouldn't hit 1 million likes today. Please and thank y'all in advance. Like, bro, y'all see just with just one photograph to show nothing out of the ordinary. It was words. T just got hit, so please protect the live. Let's go, y'all. Let's go ahead and get up. Hey, Key, can we do the countdown? Can we do the countdown like every 100?
It's a mind game, facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak,
Ambush,
I'll
you can watch in silent.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Hello, guys.
Just vibes, that ain't power,
Welcome
that's
back.
force.
Senior Daily Heart means it's only one coin. It'll boost the live, push us out to the FYP.
I'm snatching it all, yeah. Step in if you dare. You care. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in, yeah, you care. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This a flame space.
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
There we go, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to everyone, guys. Welcome back. We are back. We're live. We're active. If you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live again. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. If we can knock those out a couple of times, it'll push us out to the FYP. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates in MAGA. I genuinely just want to know, are you okay with the wars that Donald Trump is pulling you into? And when I say wars, I do mean multiple wars. We can talk about the fact that there's a war in Venezuela for oil. It's pending. We can talk about the war on healthcare, the failed immigration war of Donald Trump. We could talk about the culture war, which is him just wanting to do all the isms, which was in full-blown effect this morning. I don't know if you saw the actual announcement, but they are specifically targeting transgender youth now. So they just want to engage in the isms and the phobias. But there's a war to protect Dozing Don, in which I don't understand that he is an old man who is past his time, but yet for some reason, MAGA, he's still your daddy. And I guess that's to be expected. I guess that's actually to be expected. Wasn't bro, unban me, please. I won't. I have no idea who you. Oh no. Yeah, no, I'm not. You're banned on the main, and if you do it again, you're going to be banned here as well. So like, let's not do that. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. Let's make sure that we are knocking out these little 1 cent gift goals. Again, that'll push us out to the FYP. Send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. All right. And Trump supporters get in the box. I know that it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary out there. But listen, you guys should have quite a bit to talk about. You guys should have quite a bit to talk about. Like, there was new information that just came out last night and this morning. David, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
All right, David. Question for you. How do you feel that Donald Trump is pulling you into so many different types of war?
Where?
All over, right? And when I say all over, I mean like there's different types. We can talk about the actual pending war with Venezuela. We can talk about the war on healthcare, the war on immigration, which is getting gross. We can talk about the culture war where he's dealing with all the isms and phobias, or we can even talk about how he's making you guys go to war to protect an old doddering fool.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you might be broke.
Who might be broke? What do you mean?
You. Trump broke you.
Trump broke me? No, Trump didn't break me. Trump is literally the worst of us, but also he's not effective at anything. He just like destroys stuff all the time. But yeah, I mean, I'm not broken. W's in the chat for Marie for the $6.70 donation, saying for all the Hey, David, shush his bud. I'm sitting here thanking Marie. W's in the chat for Marie for the $6.70 donation, saying for all your all that you do protecting. Wait, hold on. Thank you for the boxing gloves. What up, Zeus? I'm gonna read this again, Marie. It's a little bit. I don't know what you're saying. For y'all that are. Oh, I guess that's what you're saying. For y'all that are protected by witnesses, insurance, and enough to keep a roof like me and our. I'm going to try to interpret this, Marie. I think what Marie is sitting here saying that for those people that are privileged and have the ability to have a roof over their heads and be able to actually take care of themselves, you guys are being willfully ignorant, and you sitting here and saying the actual hateful things out loud. It's some of the worst things that you can possibly do. Everyone is at risk. I think that's what you're trying to say, Marie. I interpret it. Debbie's in the chat for Marie. Thank you so much for that $6.70 donation. Guys, if you are a Trump supporter and you like, I'm sorry, if you're not a Trump supporter and you like to support the live, and you can do so, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are anyone except Ambush, get in the box. Ambush, again, you can leave my chat. You can stay in the request all you want to. I am not letting you up. You're not getting access to my platform. And I've already muted you for the entire live. So at the most, all you get to do is sit here and stew. I absolutely refuse to give you access to my platform. No. W's in the chat for Kirsten, who sent $1.12 donation to say, hi, your vibe is seriously amazing. I really enjoy watching you. Hope to see you grow more and more. Keep up the good work and the good fight. Thank you so much. I really am trying to ensure that whenever I'm here, I'm being as positive as possible and providing you guys with accurate information and, you know, just doing a good thing. So it makes me really happy to hear that you are actually enjoying what you're seeing, because the goal is to grow. The goal is absolutely to grow and keep going. Hey, Carolina. With that being said, if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. Listen, we were just talking about Donald Trump. The thing that I said that I would think that Trump supporters would like to actually come up and talk about is inflation. Guys, did you see that the new inflation numbers came out today and they were lower than expected? Yeah. Teal Shark. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't have to be weird. This is my actual platform. And yes, I will debate Trump supporters. So if you don't like it, bud, then you can leave. Sorry. Not sorry. Anyway, inflation has slowed. Inflation went up lower or slower than expected. Now, MAGA, I'm not going to tell you why, because I want you to come up here and use that. And then I'll tell you why. You are woke. I am. And guess what? You are muted until you actually join the live, bud. I sent you a request. Get in the box. Come and tell me about it. Get in the box. Come and tell me about it. Yeah, I am. And yeah, you know what I'm doing as well? I'm going to mute you because I really don't give a shit what you're saying in the comments. Like, it's so pointless for you to keep spamming the same thing. Don't be a weirdo. Don't be a weirdo. So there's that. Again, if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. And with that being said, MAGA, I would think you guys would be so proud that Donald Trump actually slowed inflation. Right? That's something that you guys could be proud of. That's something that you could talk about. Right? That's something that you guys can stand on and champion and say, look at what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump did this, and we should be talking about it. Right, MAGA? Right, Trump supporters? Like, this is something that you guys can be proud about, right? Zushi said, is MAGA still a thing? Somewhat. You know what it is. They're only a thing in the sense that they don't want to actually defend their positions. They want to say ignorant, hateful stuff, and then they want to crash out and leave. They never actually want to engage in any type of intelligent debate. Does that include gas prices? No. Gas prices are still up. Thank you for the confetti. Gas prices are still up. Grocery prices are still up. The cost of beef is up. The cost of coffee is up. The cost of everything is up. One, it feels like a trap because it is a trap. I'm really hoping, I'm really hoping that one of them comes up here and they try to make the point that Donald Trump has slowed down inflation. I really want to say why he hasn't. They are scared, Zeus. Zeus, it's so hard to listen. Having them defend something that they know nothing about it's an uphill task at best, right? They don't understand things. You know what's super interesting as well? There's bankruptcies that are being declared for companies that have been around for years and years and years. 1 second here. Does anyone know? Maybe, I don't know if this is a Southern thing, but I know they're really big in the South. Really big in the South. But Delmont, which there's like a lot of canned goods that they sell, right? Delmont has been around for 132 years, I think, over 130 years. And this company that sells canned goods that has been around for 130 plus years could not withstand a year of Donald Trump. Yes, they sell peaches and all that other stuff. They could not withstand a year of Donald Trump, and they have officially declared bankruptcy. Del Monte, is that how you say it? Del Monte? Del Monte, I guess. Del Monte. Yes, they have officially declared bankruptcy. A company that has been around for over 130 years cannot withstand a year of Donald Trump because of his tariffs and because of his policies, right? We talk about the ability to actually, they listed a couple of different things. They listed the inflation and the rising costs. They listed the actual post-pandemic demand slump, meaning not as many people wanted canned goods after the pandemic, as prior to the pandemic. They also talked about the shift in consumer preferences, more so in the sense that like people are looking for alternatives because things are so expensive. So they're looking for other ways to save money and other places to be able to get a bigger bang for their buck. Oh, 183 years old. So Del Monte was 138 years old, and Del Monte, is that what you're saying? Del Monte? Yeah. With that being said, they no longer can stay in business under Donald Trump. But that's what's happening. That's where we are as a country. Like literally, that's where we are as a country. We have these companies who can no longer survive under Donald Trump. That's why unemployment has spiked up. Yeah, Zeus, it has to be due to Biden and the Democrats. It has to be. It has to be Biden and the Democrats. No, there's no way that it could be due to Donald Trump and his misunderstanding of everything, especially tariffs. You know what? It's almost like as if you let a person who has 6 bankruptcies run something. W's in the chat for Zeus. You let a person with 6 bankruptcies run something and they're going to bankrupt that thing too. It's almost like having a failed Nepo baby who inherited $415 million and who has lost millions and billions of dollars throughout his entire almost 80-year life. It's almost like he doesn't know how to run a successful business, even though the United States of America is not a business. It's not a business. How do you feel about Jasmine Crockett? Fucking love Jasmine Crockett. And anybody who's trying to put Jasmine Crockett down, trying to actually bash her in any way, shape, or form, I say to you sincerely, fuck you. Because it's always so interesting the amount of smoke that they have for Black women, and they don't hold those same principles and standards for everyone else. The amount of smoke that they have for Jasmine Crockett or Kamala Harris, or hell, just any women of color, AOC, the amount of smoke that they have for women of color versus any of these other women or other men, right? So for those people that are trying to specifically target Jasmine Crockett and saying, well, oh, she's pro-Israel. No, she's not. No, she's not. She may have played the actual political game. And while I disagree with the political game, I understand it. I understand that her saying that we want a 2-state solution is about as extreme as anyone on the left will go. I disagree with them because Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal. Israel is a terrorist state, and free Palestine until it's backwards. But I get to say that because I'm not a politician, and also I don't take AIPAC money, so fuck AIPAC as well. But with that being said, people don't hold that same standard for Jasmine Crockett, for Kamala Harris, as anyone else. They don't hold that same standard for anyone else. And with that being said, I'm over it. Because people try to, the same people that are now going after Jasmine Crockett are the same people that went after Kamala Harris. And they just stood up loud and proud about causing where we are. Oh, apparently James Tellerico doesn't support Medicaid for all, where Jasmine Crockett does. I don't know, we'll see. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'll take that as a no. I saw, as a matter of fact, Ashley, the Baroness, my sister, I love her so much. She actually posted a video and I reposted it, and she was talking about how what happens is, damn it, I lost my train of thought. We're talking about the smoke that's being, I can't remember, sorry. I don't know, go watch her video though. I repost a lot of her videos. Long story short is, oh no, there it is. She said one issue voters, being able to have the privilege to be a one issue voter is like the epitome of privilege. For people that sit there and say, I am not going to vote for Kamala Harris because of this one thing, speaks to the fact that you're not marginalized and you don't have to worry about all the other things that are occurring, right? You don't have to worry about being impacted because you're not a part of the queer community. You don't have to worry because you're not impacted by being a woman or a person of color. You don't have to worry because you don't have a disability. You don't have to worry because of any of those other things. And so since you don't have to worry about any of those other things, you get to say, you know what? This one thing is it for me.
For minors, we love minors. I love minors.
And that part is it's such a fucking privilege, because I know as a black man in America that I'm always going to vote for harm reduction, because I understand the amount of harm that's being done to marginalized communities, and there are people that are more marginalized than me. You know, there's people with disabilities, there's women, there's people within the queer community, there's heck veterans. So I don't have the ability to say, I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris because she wasn't loud or proud enough about this one thing or this other thing. And those same people are trying to do that to Jasmine Crockett. My question is to those people that are trying to do the same thing to Jasmine Crockett that they did to Kamala Harris is, how did that work out for you? How did that work out? Because there's no way in hell you can sit here and tell me that we are in a better space, place, or timeline than where we would be if Kamala Harris was president. If Kamala Devi Harris were president, today would just be the Thursday before Christmas. Kamala Devi Harris was president, it would just be another day, having my coffee and moving along with my day. That's if Kamala Devi Harris was president, but it's not. We got Donald Trump. Shay, are you a Trump supporter? Say, are you a Trump supporter? We got Donald Trump, so we sit here and we talk about the pending war with Venezuela. We talk about the loss of healthcare access for millions of Americans. We talk about ICE being able to possibly essay kids. All of those things. Lady Bloom, are you a Trump supporter? Lady Bloom, are you a Trump supporter? Since Donald Trump is president, we have to talk about the fact that the isms and the phobias are running rampant. And now they're saying stuff as far as like, we're no longer going to support gender affirming care for minors. And they're actively pushing back on gender affirming care for minors. and saying that they don't want to issue puberty blockers for minors, even though puberty blockers are used in multiple different situations. It's not just about, oh, the minor is trying to transition. That's not what it's about. It's literally access to medical health. And now I was watching it before I went live, and the doctor was talking about, oh, doctors don't feel pressure to actually treat these people because it's, you know, they gave the lie and the excuse that it's a mental health issue. And while I agree that we absolutely have a mental health issue within the United States, that's not it. I think the United States is one of the mentally weakest countries in the world. And I think that it's displayed with our political leanings and biases, and people who desperately hold on to structures that don't work and things that have been disproved. The United States is mentally weak because you actually have people who, for some reason, think that having access to healthcare, free and available access to healthcare, is a bad thing. What kind of mind fuck do you have to be able to implement to convince people that they don't want access to healthcare? That one is just like going over my head. You actively have people who will sit here, thank you for the heart hand, and say, we don't want universal health care. Look what it's doing to Canada. But then those same people, Meemaw, has 15 teeth falling out of her mouth. Her gout's flaring up on her left foot. Her fingers are swole. She's low on oxygen that she's using on her air tank. And the only way she can get around is with a wheelchair, but the wheelchair is old and rusted. But those same people say, we don't want access to free healthcare. Look at what it's doing to Canada. The quality of life that you and the people that you love have is being impacted by the lack of healthcare within the country. But somehow you have a complete political party that has been able to convince a sector of American citizens that we don't need this. But don't get me wrong. There's also blame to go on the Democratic side because they're so fucking weak. And also, not only are they weak because they're getting their pockets lined as well, they're not sitting here saying, oh, let's do universal health care. Let's force this. Let's make this an issue. They're not pushing it. They have a real problem with actually responding to things and addressing the real issues. The biggest problem that I have with the Democratic Party is that they try to force feed their people, their constituents, into thinking that they know what they want instead of listening to the constituents and saying, we know what we want. They say, no, I know you said you want this, but actually, I know you said that you want pizza for dinner, but actually what you want for dinner is Brussels sprouts. Bro, ain't nobody say shit about Brussels sprouts. Give me my pizza. That's the Democratic Party. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. If you are in the request and you are not a Trump supporter, please, please, please go ahead and drop out. We're only looking to talk to Trump supporters. We're not looking to talk to friendlies. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 100,000 likes. Let's keep knocking out the daily gift goal. if we do all the wonderful things, there's a possibility we can get a little bit more push and hopefully get some debates in here. W's in the chat for Kristen. Kristen sent a $10 donation to say, that wasn't meant to be $10, or that was meant to be $10. So here you go anyways. Thank you, Kirsten. Kirsten, not Kristen. Sorry, Kirsten. Sorry. W's in the chat for Kirsten. Thank you so much for that $10 donation. Close enough, basically. I know, Marie. Marie, I got you. We locked in. W's in the chat for Rhonda for the $5 donation, saying, for pouring the time to pour the time you put into I'm assuming you meant for the time that you put into educating. I try. I really appreciate you. Sincerely, I really do. W's in the chat for Marie for the $1.11 donation. And basically, if you have privilege, you don't get scared. You need to speak up, but good interpretation. Exactly. I got you, Marie. We're good. W's in the chat as well for Laugh Out Leslie for the $5 super chat to say, it's not even funny that people use woke as an insult. It's obvious they don't know the etymology and the history behind it. They don't. They literally don't. They don't know the etymology and history of a lot of things, but what they do is they try to weaponize what they've heard because they are so comfortable with being stupid. So I'll just leave it there. I'll leave it there. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a Trump supporter, thank you for the hearts. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly and you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out, guys. Let's get the likes up to 100,000 likes, please and thank you. Let's get the likes up to 100,000 likes, please and thank you. One other thing that happened yesterday, and I'm super interested to see what comes from it, is no, sorry, friend, I don't have Apple Pay, or I have Apple Pay, but I don't use Apple Pay. One other super interesting thing that came out yesterday, and maybe you guys saw this, maybe you did. Dan Bongino is stepping down as deputy FBI director. Did you guys see that? He's actually stepping down as deputy FBI director. And with that happening, he's now saying that he's going to go back to podcasting. Apparently, he's been having it out with like Pam Bondi and the Justice Department, and there's a lot of back and forth. So one of the things that Dan Bongino and also Kash Patel, who were like huge with their podcasting, Dan Bongino, sorry, Bongino. One thing that they were like really big on was actually saying that they were going to get the Epstein files released. Like that was their big claim to fame. They wanted the Epstein files released. Both of them screamed at the top of their lungs, they want the Epstein files released. But as soon as both of them got into a position of power and they learned what they learned, it seems like they just immediately like, nah, we're good. We don't want those files out. We don't want those files out. We don't want that information out. No. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. That's what they're saying. But that's also why I think that he's resigning. I think what really is getting ready to happen, I think there's about to be a red wedding. I think there's about to be a red wedding. And when I say that, I mean that the Republican Party, red wedding, it's a Game of Thrones reference. It's a Game of Thrones reference. If you don't know what the red wedding is, it's a Game of Thrones reference. But Marjorie Taylor Greene has already said that she's resigning. She's resigning. Dan Bongino, he's resigning. You have multiple members of the Trump administration now, they're starting to step away. And there are reports, there's reports that about 20 some odd members of Congress that are Republican members of Congress are not going to seek re-election. I think they all see the writing on the wall, and they see that it's about to get really bad. Really, really bad. And when I say that, I think that they know for a fact that this administration is about to be plastered after the midterms, and they're all trying to save their arse. Chad.
Good morning.
Morning. I will engage because I've listened to you speak to a couple of people. I'm still not 100% sure that you are actually a Trump supporter, but we'll give it a shot.
I am a Trump supporter.
I still think that you may like.
Why would I troll?
You give troll
Well,
vibes.
there's no reason to troll.
I don't know. You give troll vibes, but then I've heard you talk to a couple of people. Like there's a lot going on. Anyway, Chad.
Yep.
How do you feel about the Trump administration pulling you into multiple types of wars?
I feel like these are quote unquote wars that America has to clean up. Like Venezuela, what's going on in Venezuela? Venezuelans are on our assets, on our oil. We just got to go to extract it.
How is that our oil?
Who has the power and authority?
Venezuela, they're a sovereign country.
But who has the real power and authority?
Venezuela, they're a sovereign country.
America has the power and authority, sir. We do.
America has the power and authority over the United States of America and any type of connections with the United States, like Puerto Rico. I'm blanking on what it's called. Anyway, like they don't have control over other countries.
So let me ask you a question. So with all these resources that are outside of America, if we don't go and extract them for ourselves, what do you think is going to happen to America?
America is the foremost consumer of resources within the world. So we import resources. We can't just go and take resources from other countries that belong to them. That's not how things work.
Then what's the reason of us going in Iraq? Why did we go to Iraq?
Because they lied and said that there were weapons of mass destruction where they really wanted to use it under the guise of stealing the oil.
Exactly. We needed the oil. It was masked by that whole, we're trying to spread democracy, right? But we need these resources because according to your guys' logic on the left, let's just allow as many people as we can to come in our country. And somehow magically we're going to have enough resources that are just going to magically appear to feed and to provide oil for our cars here in America. We're just going to
how it works. But give me 1 second, Chad. Ronnie, are you a Trump supporter? Ronnie, are you a Trump supporter? I'm going to drop Ronnie down.
I feel like you don't like talking to me, Santana. I feel like you don't like talking to me, man.
No, I mean, I just like the stuff that you say is weird in the sense of I don't believe a lot of things that come out of your mouth, and it's not because you're just wrong. I think it's more so I think that you're disingenuous, and I have a pretty good radar when it comes to trolls, but I can't clearly decipher whether you're a troll or not, and I've listened to you talk to other people. So that's what I'm struggling with. So it's not about not wanting to talk to you. It's I think that you're disingenuous, and I don't like disingenuous.
When you heard me speak to other people, I've been pretty consistent on my stance and my beliefs.
You've been really inflammatory, and you seem like an agent of chaos.
How I've been, because I just go against your guys' points of views, your position.
No, because it feels like you say things for shock and awe, and I'm not interested in that. But I digress. Let's get back to where we were.
So
with that being said, the premise as far as letting people into the country and having access to resources, thank you for the sparklers. Like the myth or the lie is that we don't have enough resources, right? That's the lie.
What's a lie about that?
The lie is we don't have enough resources when
How
we
much?
really do. And even more so, to the extent that did you know that like there's farmers within the United States who are paid to like burn their crops? Did you know that was a thing?
I mean, well, why do they have to burn their crops? Why?
Because it's creating a sense of scarcity within the country. If you have too much of a, you know what supply and demand is, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So if you have a large amount of supply and you have a small amount of demand, what happens to prices?
A large amount of supply, but less demand, the prices go down.
Right. But if you have a small amount of supply and a large amount of demand, what happens to prices?
Prices go up.
Okay. So if you create scarcity in the market, then you can validate being able to charge more, right?
100%.
There you have it.
But with the logic that you guys want on the left is let's have more demand. Well, we have a limited amount of supply.
That's not true.
Okay.
The logic we have on the left is everyone should be able to eat. Everyone should be able to eat. Everyone should be able to live a happy, safe, and successful life. Like the difference between people on the left and the people on the right is people on the left will feed 1,000 people, understanding that one person may not actually deserve the food. People on the right will starve 1,000 people to make sure that one person who doesn't deserve the food doesn't get it. That's the difference.
That's not the case.
That's literally the case. When you talk about social safety nets that people on the left actually support, you tend to see people on the right say, "Oh, there's fraud, there's abuse." But then we sit there and say, "Oh, there's less than 3% fraud and abuse." Well, there should be no fraud and no abuse, and that's why we need to completely get rid of SNAP benefits. That's why we need to get rid of Medicaid. That's why we need to get rid of all of these things. And then we say, like, you're telling us that a system that benefits millions of Americans should be eradicated instead of us trying to find different ways to fix it even more because there's a small amount of fraud? That doesn't make sense. But that's the logic that you guys are following through with.
Well, the logic you guys are following is let's just give everybody.
What I just said? Do you deny that?
I deny absolutely.
Okay, tell me where the flaws in what I just said.
The flaws is that it's not just a small amount of fraud going on.
Okay.
Good. It's
let's do this. Let's be specific because we can be specific, right? SNAP benefits, right? SNAP benefits affects 42 million Americans.
Okay.
The actual acceptable amount of fraud, and this comes from 2023, it says it's 11.6. But then when we dig a little bit deeper, 1 second here. With the key figures, there's improper payment rates, actual fraud, and then benefits being stolen. And this goes back to 2023. We look at the U.S. Government Accountability Office. They are looking at things like card skimming, card cloning, phishing, bot attacks, and stolen numbers, right? Those are the things that break down the key indicators of fraud within SNAP benefits, right? So all of those things drive up what is considered to be fraud in SNAP. Now, the actual people who have, the total amount, that's where I am. The total amount is about 12 billion, right? And so people have been championing the fact that SNAP benefits need to go away because of that, right? Have you heard that?
Sure.
Okay. So when you compare that, you know what a PPP is?
You talking about insurance?
No, the PPP loans.
No, I don't know what the PPP loans.
Okay, so the PPP loans were the Paycheck Protection Program that that occurred where the government handed out loans due to the amount of companies and businesses that were actually affected by COVID, right? And so they gave out these loans, and they kind of gave them out indiscriminately, without a lot of people not having to be able to pay those back, right? Now, there was fraud for the PPP loans that came up to 8%, right? Now, even though fraud with SNAP benefits came from multiple types of fraud, and it was 11.7% in 2023, and it actually dropped down in 2024, the total amount of benefits that were stolen in 2024 from stolen benefits is $320. I'm sorry, $320 million. All right.
Okay.
For PPP loans, it's estimated to be between $64 to $100 billion of fraud. So you talk about 320 million versus, let's just go with the low number. Let's say 64. We're not even going to go to 100 billion, but 64, right? Some places are saying like 10% at 80 billion. Let's just say the low number, 64 billion versus 320 million. Now, the difference in those frauds are a couple of different things, not just the number, but you knew about the SNAP benefits and you wanted to, like, people on the right were saying we need to get rid of SNAP because of this fraud. But people on the left don't know about the fraud with the PPP loans, and even more so, the people that got the PPP loans were ultra wealthy people, members of Congress, members like Marjorie Taylor Greene got the PPP loans and did not have to pay those loans back. So the point that I'm making is that you guys don't really care about fraud. You don't care about addressing those things that negatively impact American citizens. You guys just don't like poor people, and you're willing to starve poor people while enriching rich people.
Well, don't you think that it creates a dependency on the government? These quote unquote poor people, they just depend on the government to pay for everything. And how much
Donald Trump touted 600,000 people being pulled out of poverty. And over the last, was it 5 years? I think over the last 5 years, SNAP benefits has helped pull 30% of people out above the poverty level line. So having SNAP benefits has literally helped people get out of poverty.
And how much are we spending on taxes per year for SNAP benefits?
SNAP benefits, I would have to look up the number.
$100 billion, $100 billion per year.
No, that doesn't sound right.
Look it up, my friend. Roughly around.
Where did you get the number from?
Right in here on the SNAP benefits. Let me get them, pull out the source, exact source. Right.
Yeah, please do. Really quick. W's in the chat for Greg. Greg sent a $5 donation saying, unhealthy people against healthcare is beyond insane. Exactly. That's what they do. That's who they are. W's in the chat for Patricia for the $5 donation saying, I was at my son's school for lunch today, and his classmate, 5-year-old, was eating a slice of bread and a glass of water for lunch. Holy shit. The teacher said his balance was negative, so they couldn't serve him. I'm sick to my stomach. These kids have to go hungry. I put $30 in his balance. But like, that's the thing, right, Patricia? Like, that's the thing. People like Chad are perfectly fine with letting kids starve. They're perfectly fine with harming kids. They're perfectly fine with all of these other things, but at the same time, jump up and down and scream that we should protect these babies in the wombs and that we should make sure that babies are born. But as soon as these babies are here, they don't give a shit about them.
Well, your character assassinating me right now.
They don't give a shit about the kids once the kids are here. But that's what we're doing with. W's in the chat for Patricia. W's in the chat for Chewy. What up, Chewy? Chewy sent a $1 donation. Said Trump's speech shows corporate oil is afraid and needs Venezuela oil to weather the next year until the new OPEC. Still speaking, Chad. Until the new OPEC plus rules come into play. Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense, Chewy. It really does. W's in the chat for Chewy. Also, W's in the chat for Jods, who sent a $2 super chat to say, please get a PNS number for these weirdos on YouTube to call in. Yeah, I need to. Like, they're so tough on YouTube. They love me on YouTube. They hate watch all the time on YouTube. W's in the chat for Gerard for the $2 donation saying MAGA is pro-birth, not pro-life. They need to stop acting like they care. They really do, because that's all that it is. They just want to force people and control people's bodies. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. This is the backup account. Follow the backup account, but follow the main account. We're almost at 70,000 followers on the main account, so make sure you're following both accounts. Follow both accounts. Let me know when you do so. And last but not least, welcome in, Brett Raid. I'm sorry. I saw you guys. Welcome in, Brett Raid. I hope everyone's having an amazing day. Tap the screen. Knock out the daily gift goal. It's little donuts. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only talking to Trump supporters, not friendlies. All right, Chad.
I have the source, but I just wanted to say something because you try to character assassinate me. That the same breath you say I don't care about children. Let's just make this clear. Under Biden administration, they have co-inspired. They were Israel's accomplice in genocide in the Palestinian children. Over 20,000 of them were unalive, and you guys supported that. Just wanted to make that clear, you guys on the left, first of all. Second of all,
did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, we're not talking about Donald Trump right now. We're talking about.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, no? You see how you try to throw it back on me?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, when you character assassinate me, but when I do it back to you, you don't like it.
Did you vote for Donald Trump? Yes.
And not just that, y'all want borders open.
Chad,
so
I'm not gonna let you run.
There it is.
And I'm not gonna let you run, and I'm not gonna let you ramble. I need you to answer the question. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Donald Trump has been called the most pro-Israel president in U.S. history, having direct connections with Bibi Netanyahu, even having him at Mar-a-Lago and being on the record saying that he would actually tell Israel to finish the job. And he also threatened to turn Gaza into the Trump Riviera. So I don't want to hear you sit here and say, oh, the Biden administration added to the G-side of kids in Palestine. You don't give a shit because you actually voted for the most pro-Israel president. So no, I don't want to hear you and your moral equivocation. You don't have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, well, under Biden's administration, that's when the most Palestinian children were unalived.
I hear you. I hear you looking for coverage. I hear you looking for coverage. When I say this, I genuinely mean this. Fuck Joseph Robinette Biden and his weakness when it comes to Israel. The difference between me and you is she was a vice president slapnuts and
under the administration.
Chad.
You condemn her?
Chad. Stop interrupting.
Selective outrage.
The difference between me and you is that you voted for a president that openly and actively advocated for the destruction of Palestinians in Gaza. I voted for a candidate who said that she wanted a two-state solution. And while I didn't think that was strong enough, it's still preferable to anyone saying that they want to turn the Gaza Strip into Trump Riviera. So I, one more time, say, you can't use that false equivocation because you don't give a shit. And the reason why I say you don't give a shit is because your vote says you don't give a shit. I refuse to allow you play the game. Now, with that being said, would you like to move on because you feel like I'm character assassination?
No, you just don't.
Character assassination. I'm just calling out the hypocrisy that you live with.
The hypocrisy.
You're a hypocrite.
You're a hypocrite. You don't condemn Kamala.
Hypocrite.
You don't condemn Kamala for being part. Yep.
Chad,
you don't want to hear it.
Chad. Kamala. Either you can say Kamala, or you can say Harris. But like, if you can't say her name right, then you're not intelligent enough to be up here.
The person you voted for.
Okay, Kamala Harris. Yeah, cool.
It was part of. Yeah. You don't want. You just.
I asked the question. Chad. Is Kamala Harris?
Y'all don't like it when the.
Was Kamala Harris? Chad, you have been.
You mute because you're weak.
You have been spamming for days to join this live. You've been spamming for days to join my live.
Not really.
I finally let you up. Stop. I finally let you up, and you're exhibiting no type of impulse control. This is the last time I'm saying this, chat. I won't speak over you. You don't speak over me. I'm dead ass serious. I don't want to talk over you. I have no interest in talking over you. People can't hear us when both of us are talking at the same time. You do it again, I'm going to kick you. With that being said, Kamala Harris was the vice president of the United States of America, not the president of the United States of America. She could not actually shape or force any type of legislation when it came to what was happening with Israel. And again, do I agree with her saying that there should be a two-state solution? Absolutely not. Israel is a terrorist state and it shouldn't exist. Fuck it. But I think her saying that there should be a two-state solution versus what Donald Trump said as far as finishing the job and building Trump Riviera on the Gaza Strip is preferable. That's it. Rika, you said, yeah, that's it. So when you say, can I condemn Kamala Harris? Sure. I can condemn Kamala Harris just like I can condemn Donald Trump, just like I can condemn every single president that is kowtowed to Israel. I have no issue with holding politicians accountable. But I'm also a realist, and I understand the difference between a Kamala Harris administration versus a Donald Trump administration. Now you can come off mute and speak.
I just think it's very hypocritical for you putting this woman on a pedestal while under her administration, over 22,000 babies, BLOOD, are on their hands when the ironclad verbatim, we have ironclad support for Israel, and Kamala vouches for a two-state solution.
Kamala
or
Harris.
Harris, excuse me. Whatever you want to call her, she supports a quote-unquote two-state solution, and you want to look at Donald Trump like he's the only Israeli puppet. So you guys on the left just has much more BLOD on your hands than Donald Trump when it comes in regards of Gaza. Let's just make that clear.
So, Chad, can you repeat to me what I said to you? Were you listening to anything that I said, or were you? No. Serious question. Were you listening to what I said, or were you just waiting to respond?
I listened to what you said. I just wanted to really
tell me what I said.
That you have no problem holding anybody accountable, Ms. Harris accountable about a two-state solution, and all this about you have no problem condemning him about Israel. I was listening.
So if you were listening and I said all those things, then why would the first statement that you make be you're hypocritical because of blah, 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 blah? If I'm literally sitting here saying that I condemn them and I don't agree with them, even though I understand which one is a preferable solution, how can that be me being hypocritical?
Because you make it seem to be Miss Harris as some little angel, right? When she's just as responsible as Donald Trump.
How am I making it seem as if Kamala Harris is an angel? What did I say Kamala Harris said versus what Donald Trump said? And what did I say about both of them?
You said because Donald Trump said he wants to turn Gaza into a casino or a Riviera. But at the same time, Ms. Harris said that she wants a two-state solution, right? There is no difference in those statements.
There's absolutely a difference in those statements, but what did I say to follow up from that?
Yeah, you condemn Harris for that, but you're trying. My point is they're both wrong, equally wrong.
They're not. They're both wrong. They're not both equally wrong. So this is the last point I'm going to make on this, and then we're going to move off of it. Because at this point, you're being disingenuous or you're not understanding what I'm saying, and I don't want to keep going in circles. So what the point that I'm making is that Donald Trump's end game was for Israel to win and for the Palestinians to be wiped out. Kamala Harris' end game, at least what she said it was for there to be two separate states where Palestinians could live and where Israel could exist.
It's a load of
And
shit.
I said, while I completely disagree with Kamala Harris, because I don't think Israel should exist, I understand that Kamala Harris' solution is preferable to Donald Trump's solution.
How so? How so?
Because Donald Trump wanted to wipe the Palestinians out.
Yeah.
And Kamala wanted to give them their own space to live.
Can I ask my question though? If they're so different with the two-state solution, what do you think that's going to end result for the Palestinians? Do you think that result's going to be any different than Donald Trump idea?
Say it one more time. I'm sorry. Say it one more time. I was reading something.
No problem. What's the difference between Donald Trump's solution when you think Ms. Harris's solution is disingenuous, or because you obviously condemn it because you don't believe her? What's the difference between their solutions? Israel's going to get what they want on either side.
The difference is Kamala Harris wasn't advocating for Palestinians to lose their lives, where Donald Trump was advocating for them to lose their lives. That's the difference.
Yeah. Then why was over 20,000 Palestinian children unalive during her administration?
Because it was the Biden-Harris administration. What was the first name in that?
What's the second name?
What was the Chad? Answer the question.
What's
Biden. The first name?
Biden. What's the second name?
Cool. So it was the Biden-Harris administration, where Joseph Robinette Biden was the president of the United States and the person that got to make the decisions. Does the vice president get to supersede the president with any decisions?
No, but she has a say.
Okay. So understanding that the vice president does not get to supersede the president in any decisions, how could Kamala Harris do anything different than what Biden was doing while Biden was president?
She could have came out and condemned Israel when she quote unquote ran, because she didn't really run. She got handed the Democratic primary. Mm-hmm. She could have said something about, I'm not going to fund Israel. I'm not going to support them with their G-side, but she didn't.
Yeah.
She chose not to.
So I'm going to say this is the last thing that's going to be said about this, because I have such a problem with Trump supporters living in the past. Mm-hmm. And I've been saying this a lot. People who support Donald Trump often want to talk about the past because they don't want to deal with things that are happening today. And you guys don't want to deal with things happening today because you know how bad things are today due to Donald Trump. And so when I talk to you guys tend to try to spiral and spin and pivot and claw and hang on to what didn't happen, what could have happened, and all this other stuff. This is the last thing I'm going to say. Kamala Devi Harris, as vice president, could not have come out against Joe Biden. That's not how it works. That's not how vice presidents do things. This is not someone from opposition party. This is not someone that could just fall outside of the political lines. And for anyone to suggest that she should have done that is being completely disingenuous, because that's not how things work. We don't go out and bash our direct boss in public. So we're not going to do that, right? That's the last thing that I'm saying about Kamala Harris. Now, we're going to come to the present. We're going to come to the future, and we're going to deal with today's issues. I'm going to read a couple of thank yous off, and then I have some today's issues for you. W's in the chat for Rebecca for the $2 donation, saying it's $36 per person a year. $36 per person per year out of our taxes for SNAP. Oh, yeah, that's true. We pay $700 towards corporate subsidies. Absolutely, Rebecca. You're absolutely right. W's in the chat for Rebecca. W's in the chat for Nedra, who sent a $25 donation. Thank you so much for the $25, saying you teach me, 72-year-old, something new each day. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the love, support, and I appreciate you being here. That means a lot to me. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation, saying ask Chud why he slurred on Johnny's this morning. Oof. Doesn't surprise me. W's in the chat for Ryan for the $4.20. Terrell. Sorry. Hey, Terrell, for the $4.20 donation to say, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Terrell. Thank you so much for the $4.20. W's in the chat for Terrell. W's in the chat for Nicholas for the $10 super chat to say, guest assassinated his own character by supporting the plunder of a sovereign nation, invasion and schmurder for resources. Exactly. W's in the chat For the super chat, guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube and you send a super chat, I will read that out. Guys, if you are in the request and you are not a Trump supporter, I need you to drop out of the request. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. So if you are in the request and you are not a Trump supporter, if you're friendly, drop out, but you can do all the things. You can tap the screen, you can share the live, you can give me a follow, do all those things. Chad, let's bring it back to today, because I feel like we've bounced around way too much, and I want to talk about what's happening today. And Donald Trump is posturing us for multiple wars, and I need to know why you accept it, whether it's the war on Venezuela, the war on healthcare, the war on immigration, the culture war, dealing with isms and phobias, or even you guys protecting this old doddering fool. Chad, I need you to come back into the app, and I need you to tell me why you're good with all of these wars. Chad going once. Chad going twice. And we're going to get Chad out of here. I feel like he did that to run. I feel like that's what that was. I feel like he did that to run. I feel like they only do that because they know that they don't have a leg to stand on, and this is their way of running. And I'm so not interested in the false equivalencies. It's weird how they do this. Patrick, are you a Trump supporter? Patrick, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm gonna drop you. Buffalo Sports, are you a Trump supporter?
I have a question.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I have a question about the Charlie Kirk song and how you feel about.
Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We're only looking for some debates. If you have a question, then you can put it in the chat. If I see it, I may answer it. You can get it to one of my mods, and they may get it to me, and I may answer. Or you can send a super chat, or I'm sorry, send a donation, and I'll read it out and answer directly. But please don't request up for a question. Like, we're not doing that. We're literally not looking to answer questions while we're looking for some debate. So please respect my boundaries. Do not do that. One second here.
Can I thank some of my supporters?
No. Tom, are you a Trump supporter?
Absolutely.
Oh,
yes,
this
I
is
am.
Michael, right?
Where's Chloe?
Michael, thank you so much for coming back. You know why?
Well, thank you for letting me back. I thought you blocked me.
Yeah, I did. I blocked the other account, but I didn't get to block this account, so now I can block this one too. Thank you.
Why? I like
Thank you. Bye.
We like you.
Bye. Fuck out of here.
He left you in a bad mood.
No, he got they perma-banned him, but he fucking sucks. Anyway, Chad.
You were talking about wars. I'm sorry, I glitched out. I swear to God, I glitched out. I'm not trying to run away or anything.
No worries. Chad, how do you feel about Donald Trump dragging us into multiple types of wars, and which one do you think is the most acceptable war?
What do you mean drag? Can you talk?
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about Venezuela and the way that he's lied about the reasons for going after Venezuela. And it's really about the oil and about causing destabilization. We could talk about healthcare, while he and the Republican Party are hell-bent on making American citizens pay more for healthcare and for it to be a negative impactor for American citizens. We can talk about his failed immigration war, which I promise you probably don't want to talk about that one because I got a doozy. And I'm sure you don't know about it. And we can talk about the culture wars, like his attack on, the queer community, Black community, all of the minorities, just because he's hateful. Like, he's dragging people into all these wars, and he's a doddering old fool. And you guys, for some reason, keep trying to actually pretend as if he still has it. Like, he's even saying that if you question his cognitive abilities, then that's an act of seditious behavior. And so he's saying it's treasonous. So, like, all of these are wars that you guys have to fight.
Okay, well, I think that no president is perfect when it comes to, especially with war. But the last time I checked, America's not under attack by any other country. I don't know what wars you're talking about. I mean, are they fighting right now in Venezuela with America?
Donald Trump has positioned over 15,000 United States troops off the coast of Venezuela. Donald Trump has been boat striking any vehicles coming out of Venezuela. Donald Trump has commandeered a Venezuelan oil tanker. Yes, we're pirates. Donald Trump has put in a blockade to stop any types of ships going in and out of Venezuela. Donald Trump has said that we are preparing for land strikes in Venezuela. And Donald Trump has specifically called for the president of Venezuela to actually step down. All of these things are posturing for war. So how can you feel that all of these things are happening and we're not on the precipice of war?
So it's not a war.
Oh yeah, I forgot. No fly zone. No fly zone. He did implement the no fly zone as well.
So it's not a war though.
Not yet. He's posturing for war, and he has been open and adamant about saying that he is open to putting boots on the ground in Venezuela. And he said that land strikes are starting soon. All of these things are preludes to an actual war. The blockade, the land strikes, the positioning of the military. So you can sit here and say, "Oh, we're not in war," but that would be a disingenuous.
Okay.
That would be a disingenuous statement, because you can sit here and say that it's not noon yet on the West Coast, but it'll be noon in 26 minutes. Yeah, it's not noon yet, but noon is almost here.
Okay. Well, how about we just,
wait and see?
No, I was gonna say, how about we
what?
How about we have these undocumented
No. How about you actually address what I just said instead of you pivoting? Talk about what's happening specifically with Venezuela.
We're taking their oil, and there's nothing they can do about it. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Well, how am I going to put food?
How old are you, Chad?
I'm 36.
You're 36. Chad, do you have kids?
Yes, I do.
You don't need to be super specific about anything else. I just want to know generally what's their age.
We got a 2 and a little almost 5-year-old.
Okay, 2 and 5. So you don't have kids that are of age where they could be going to war. Cool. Do you think, since you're out of the range of going to war and your kids are before the range of going to war, so the first question I have is, are you good with sending other people's kids to war to possibly lose their lives for oil?
Yep.
You are. Okay, cool. Are you good with your kids losing their lives for oil?
Yep. That's what this world has come down to.
You're a disingenuous piece of shit, Chad.
No, it's just you guys want to act like
there's no way you actually believe what you just said.
That's why you guys want an open border, don't you?
Why do you keep trying to pivot back to border when we're talking about war? That's the only thing that you keep saying. That has nothing to do with war.
My point is there has to be a way, a system. There has to be a source that we rely on to survive in America, and these sources are outside of America. So we have to go and get them.
I hear you. I also don't care about the gibberish that you're actually babbling. What I do care about, though, is that you're sitting here saying that you're okay with your kids dying for oil. Your kids, specifically your 2 and 5-year-old, you're willing to let them die for oil.
They already are dying. They already are dying for oil. They already are.
How? How is your 2 and 5-year-old dying for oil?
You don't like my answers.
No, answer the question specifically. How is your 2 and 5-year-old dying for oil?
We got a bunch of border hoppers taking our oil here right now.
You keep trying to go back to the border because you're fucking xenophobic. I don't care about that. What I'm sitting here is talking about Venezuela and the war. You keep, for some reason, trying to justify this with the fact that undocumented immigrants are coming into the country. But the fact of the matter is, you don't know anything about immigration, and you don't know anything about what's currently happening with undocumented immigrants. That's why I don't want to let you talk about it, because you are literally just sitting here trying to get hateful shit off. I want you to lock the fuck in, bud.
I'm locked in.
I want you to talk about the actual pending proceedings with Venezuela.
Okay. Well,
why are you good with your 2 and your 5-year-old losing their life for oil?
I never said I was good with it.
You literally said you are.
Okay, well, you know what? That's fine. Like, what do you want to tell you? I'm not a double standard man.
You literally are, and you're also a POS.
Well, so are you.
How?
You're trying to
when did I
signal.
justify a loss of life for oil? Tell me when I did that.
When you supported Gaza or Kamala in Gaza, but you don't want to talk about that.
Trying to pivot, and we've already done that. I don't want to go there because either you're stupid or you're disingenuous, and I don't want to deal with either one of them right now. You keep trying to pivot. Chad, I am not going to let you pivot. You're going to have to actually live in this reality. No, you're going to have to live in this reality right here, right now. We're not going to talk about undocumented immigrants. We're not going to talk about Gaza. We're going to talk about Venezuela and the fact that you just said that you are okay with your 2 and your 5-year-old losing their life for oil. That's what you said. You're a horrible parent.
What's your question?
My question is, when did I justify any life loss for oil?
You don't like any of my responses. I can't respond to.
When did I justify lives lost? When did I say, you know what? I'm okay with losing X amount of lives in order for us to get oil. When did I say that? You can keep saying, well, when you support it. No, I don't give a shit about you trying to pivot to get something else. Tell me when I directly said that I am good with any lives being lost for oil, because you directly said it was. You said that you were good with other people, kids dying for oil, and then you said that you were good with your kids losing their lives for oil. So tell me when I did that.
You didn't directly say it.
I didn't say it directly nor indirectly. I didn't hint at it. I didn't kind of lightly graze past it. I didn't say, sometimes we got to do some things that's messed up for oil. Never said any of those things.
Okay, well, you didn't say it. Doesn't mean you don't support it internally.
And it absolutely means I don't support it. I am standing here saying that I am not good with anyone, any children, any people's children losing their life for oil. It's not worth it. I don't want to send our military to war for oil. Period.
What's the point of the military?
The point of the military is to protect the United States of America.
Is that all it's for?
It's more points than that, but that is the primary function of the military, is to protect the United States of America.
What are other functions of the military?
What are you getting at?
I'm saying we have the power and the force. We spend so much money on the war industrial complex, the military industrial. You think we're just gonna just sit there, pay for all these, these pews and weapons and what we have and this technology, and just to let us sit here and defend ourselves?
So are you advocating for us to cut the military budget? Because if you are, I'm advocating for us to cut the military budget, because, we could cut the military budget in half and still have the largest military budget in the world. And you know what we could do with that half? We could actually fund universal health care. We could fund free education. We could fund assistance programs for everyday Americans. So are you on the same page with me as far as cutting the military budget? Because I think we should do that. Exactly. Exactly.
I'm not one of those people.
You don't think that, then you are literally sitting here saying that you're talking about the military industrial complex, but you want to feed it. I don't.
The difference between you and me is I don't believe this world of sunshine and rainbows and Disneyland and a fairy tale story where everybody has equal rights.
Who believes any of that?
That's what you're calling for.
No, I believe we live in a racist, sexist, classist country that has been inundated in hate. And it's because of stupid people like you that it continues to be this way.
Well, stupid people like you just wanted to spoon feed the whole world and have us here in America pay for everything. You just want America to be this superhero country where we can just give meals to everybody who's starving in the world. We protect everybody. We give everybody a precious little hug. And we go home and we work 4 or 5 jobs and just watch the world extract us from the rear up. That's what you call for. That's the difference between you and I.
That's absolutely not what I call for, because at no point, shape, or form did I say that the military should be in everybody's business. I don't think the United States needs to be the police of the world, but I do think that you can't have a double standard. You can't sit here and say that you're the shining city on a hill, but then at the same time completely run away from any type of responsibilities when it comes to the fact that the United States destabilized countries, and then now we're like, oh yeah, we destabilized these countries, but we don't want to have any responsibility for those people coming to our country because we fucked up their country or anything like that. I absolutely don't agree with that. I absolutely refuse, and I absolutely do not believe that the citizens of the United States of America should be getting the short end of the stick. I don't think that we should have to work 2 jobs. I think that we should be able to work 1 job and live a happy, safe, and successful life with 1 job. People shouldn't need social safety nets, but we need them because of capitalism and because this country is so fucked up that we will always protect the millionaires and billionaires while harming the least among us. So I don't think that any of these things should be done if we're not going to take care of American citizens, which I vote to take care of American citizens. You vote to harm American citizens. With that being said, I need you to sit quietly for a moment. I got a couple of people to think.
Yeah, you soft,
W's in the chat for Roxy. Roxy sent $1. Listen, I know you got cooked and you want to complain, but
no, you just you don't want to respond.
Cry harder while on mute, and I'm going to read off these thank yous.
All right, man.
Sure. Stay on mute. W's in the chat for Roxy. Roxy sent $1 donation saying, could Chad cam up? Please, no, I don't want Chad to cam up. No, Roxy, why are you trying to jump scare the chat? No, Roxy. W's in the chat for Greg for the $5 donation saying, Chad is a liar. He has no children. I can believe that. Thank you so much for the 5. W's in the chat for Mr. Cube Cakes, who sent a $5 donation to say, how does it feel to lose so much weight? You look great. Thank you for taking up for the LGBTQIA community. It means a lot, especially coming from your background. I love your lives and how you get to these MAGA, how you get these MAGA's pennies in a bunch. It's a good thing. My knees feel better. My back feel better. So there's that. W's in the chat for Jessica for the $10 donation said, Chad called you a hypocrite. Chad called you a hypocrite to in turn be one. Yeah, it's projection. W's in chat for Kel for the $1 donation saying Trump gives other countries money. Chad, Trump, yeah, he literally gave Argentina $40 billion. W's in chat for Jessica for the $5 donation to say Chad could enlist himself in the Navy. The age of cutoff is 41. Since he supports the possibility of war so much, Air Force is also in the 40s, but I don't think Chad can score high enough for them. Sign a veteran. That's actually a really great point. He wouldn't do it though, because they like to pretend as if they are, these tough guys, but like they're willing to put other people's lives on the line and sacrifice other people without actually stepping in the box themselves. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, 2,000 of us hanging out here. Can we knock out the daily gift goal, which is the donuts? Can we knock those out, please? Also, if you take a look at the, let me say, you Democrats should stop the hate. Sure. Hey, David, I'm going to mute you. Come up here and tell me why us Democrats should stop the hate. I'm going to send you an invite. Come up here and tell me all about it, bud. Stop being a comment tough guy. Also, if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. Follow the main account. And then, follow the backup account. And also follow the main account. Follow both of them. All right, Chad, you can say whatever gobbledygook that you were getting ready to say. And then I'm going to pass it to Jeff for a minute.
Are you done? Like you're such a virtue signal. You're very disingenuous when you're worth your stance. You act as so if the Democrats are just as, so superior and moral. You Democrats, if not worse than the Republicans when it comes to war. Okay, let's make that very clear. Okay, we saw what you did in Afghanistan. Don't forget, we know what you guys did on the left. All right, you guys go into these. You part of the destabilization of other countries. Don't act like there's much of a difference between left and right. There's not when it comes to war. So don't sit here.
You're done?
You're not.
Are
you
finished or are you done?
I'm not done. Do you hear my voice still speaking? Okay, so you can try to act all tough in front of your 2,000 viewers, but at the end of the day, your people on the left have, if not on a lot more people than the people on the right have. Just make that very clear. Okay? Just make that very clear. Now I'm done.
I hate that I'm gonna have to do this.
Yeah, he said a bunch of shit. Fuck all. He said nothing, literally nothing. But Jeff,
y'all
you
are
got
just
it.
as bad as a
I
rat.
was talking to Jeff, not you, Chad. Go ahead, Jeff.
I hate that I'm gonna have to do this because you know me, Santana. You know I ain't no Democrat or
I know.
I think the whole thing is foolish. But listen, what is that was not me.
Did he
That wasn't me. That wasn't me. I'm not taking the blame for it.
Put a 1 in the chat if that wasn't Jeff's fault.
No, put a 2 in the chat if it was Jeff's fault.
If it was not Jeff's fault.
Put a 2 in the chat.
Put a 1 in that chat. Yo, you know what?
Put a 2 in the chat if it was Jeff's fault. He hasn't ran at all.
Drop a 1 in that chat.
Put a 2 in the chat if it was on Jeff.
I didn't
it's
do
literally
nothing.
on Jeff. Put a 2 in the chat.
I literally sat here and said nothing.
Look at those 2.
I didn't say nothing to that man.
Nope. It's on you, Jeff.
I was talking to Santana, and Santana stayed there. He ain't run. The other dude ran. I didn't say nothing to that man.
The chat said it's you.
Oh Jesus!
The chat said it's you.
this treasonous sedition. You know, I know what the laws on sedition are. I'm putting cases on all you motherfuckers. I can't believe
Jeff,
this dude.
Said Jeff broke the toy.
Yo,
what they just
said. I didn't even say hi to Chad yet. I just said I can't believe I'm about to do this.
Oh my God, Mr. Rattlebone, are you a Trump supporter? Mr. Rattlebone, are you a Trump supporter? I'm gonna drop.
I did not mean.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates, and hopefully Jeff does not run off more people because we know what Jeff does. So hopefully we can actually get some debates while Jeff is up here scaring them off.
You know what's crazy? I ain't even in a bad mood. My wife just got me cashews. How could you be in a bad mood to have cashews in front of you? It's impossible.
You cannot.
That is the old man snack.
Lubs, are you a Trump supporter? Lubs 48, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm gonna drop you. Guys, really quick, because there's some more people in the box. Take a look down at the bottom. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. You're perfectly fine. If you see the pink and blue person, you're perfectly fine. But if you see the gray person, that means that you are in the request. And if you're in the request, then you are a Trump supporter and you are here for some debates. So only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are friendly. If you're friendly, tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 250,000 likes. Let's knock out the donuts. Give me a follow. Give Jeff a follow. Show Jeff some love while he's up here. Because if Jeff breaks another toy, I'm going to kick him. So while Jeff is here, let's appreciate him. Let's show Jeff some love. Let's get him over 1,000 coins. Please, there's over 2,000 of us hanging out. Let's get Jeff over 1,000 coins. Also, give Jeff a follow. I promise you, you will absolutely enjoy what Jeff does. He breaks toys a lot. He really does. Hi, Maddie. Are you a Trump supporter? Maddie, are you a Trump supporter? Okay.
Trump said he was Jewish and everyone voted for him because he was Christian.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Okay. Hey, please don't do that. If I'm sitting here saying only request up if you're a Trump supporter, please respect my boundaries. That's rude and disrespectful. Like, that's super rude and disrespectful. You're sitting here saying that what I have to say is way more important than anything that you're setting out and any boundaries that you're putting out. You don't get to supersede what I'm sitting here saying that I want to do on my live. That's rude as fuck. That's super rude. Holy smokes. All right. The box is now clear. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. Yes, Paige, that's absolutely rude. That's absolutely rude because if I said, as a matter of fact, come back up here, Paige. Let's talk about it. Come back up here. I'll send you a request. Let's talk about it. I got time. Come up. Thank you for the confetti. Let's go, guys. Jeff's almost over 1,000 coins. Let's do it. Paige, come up.
While they're deciding if they want to come up, here's the thing, right? Santana, you and me are boys, right?
Mm-hmm.
you know, I be saying some wild stuff on app, off app. But on your platform, you work hard for this shit. You done went live every day. I don't go live every day. I don't do that. You cultivated conversations. You did all that shit, and now you where you at. What would it look like me coming up on your panel and saying some wild stuff about different religions and, you know, all of that stuff, when that's not what you want on your panel? What's that person gonna do if you get a 7-day ban?
Yeah.
How you gonna be doing the work?
Like, and the thing about that is, like, while I do understand, like, different spaces and different people do different things. I understand, like, I can't act in the same way that I would act in my space and other people's spaces, because, like, that's not how they do things, right? And I think it's just a matter of common decency and respect when it comes to creators. That's why, like, I'm really trying to make sure that I get an opportunity to do brunch with my creator this weekend. That's why, like, brunch with my creator is so important, because it gives a behind the scene look of, like, the different creators. Because I think a lot of people watch these lives and watch this content and like, for some reason, can't humanize the people that's behind the screen. And the people behind the screen do what they can to provide the best source of information, education, and entertainment. Right? And so that was a little whiny. You think so? Come up here and tell me about it. You got muted. I'm gonna send you a request. Come tell me about it. The people who actually cultivate these spaces, they work really hard in order to actually do so. But then when you do things to step outside of their boundaries, then it causes them to, all the work that they put in to try to craft whatever space that they're trying to put out, it throws things off. And so it's an issue. And so I would never step into someone else's space and just completely derail their space, because that's not how things work. She's Grace. You said that I was being a little whiny. You're off app. You have to come back into the app. You're off app. You have to come back into the app. Yeah.
W to Edgar for the $5 on PayPal. And Edgar agrees with me that I did nothing.
I disagree.
Justice for Jeff. I 100% did nothing to that man. Thank you, Edgar. W Edgar in the chat.
I completely disagree. Absolutely 100% disagree. She is Grace. Why do you keep teacupping? You said I was being whiny? She is Grace. You said I was being whiny.
Hello?
W's in the chat for Brandy. Brandy sent a $1 donation saying, while their hate is so strong, they would send their own children to slaughter for oil just to prove a point, aka own the libs. Laughable to say that they're pro-life while being okay with their own children being unalive just to push their political opponents, punish their political opponents. I completely agree. W's in the chat for Libby for the $10 donation saying, for the inconsiderate boundary breakers. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate you. With everything I have in me, I really, really genuinely appreciate you. W's in the chat for Catherine, who sent a $2 donation saying, I requested up on your live by accident about a month ago while tapping. I still feel bad. I don't know how you can steamroll your page, or how people steamroll your page like that. Listen, tapping accidents happen. I understand that. I even enjoy tapping accidents at times. And like when people come up, I'll make them do a mod. But when it's like people intentionally doing it, that's when I have the problem. Because again, like whether you guys believe this or not, it's not just, oh, we're turning on the phone and we're going live. Like there's a lot of people that put in a lot of work in order to be able to host lives or post content or whatever. And the only thing that I'm saying is like, please respect people's boundaries. I see like there's people who have it way worse than me when it comes to like people requesting up and completely breaking their boundaries. But I'm just saying like people put a lot of time, energy, and effort trying to actually put something out that people may enjoy. And like when you break their boundaries, then it makes it hard. It makes it really hard for people to be able to put out anything of substance. Butterby, you're always here, but you're never in the request. So I just muted you, Butterby. Come up and tell me about it. You're always here, always here, always in my chat talking trash, but you never request stuff. W's in chat for Amanda for the $5 donation saying, Paige and anyone else who watches, watch Santana read this off. If what you have is important enough for you to get it out there, this is how you do it. W's in the chat for Amanda. Thank you so much for that donation. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I say there's multiple ways to get things off. As people know, I'm reading the chat all the time and I answer questions that I see that pops up in the chat. Butterbee, yes, you're live. You can keep sharing the live, but you know, you're not going to be able to say anything unless you actually get in the box. Get in the box. But like, there's different ways. I reply to people that's in the chat. I reply to like my mods send me stuff. And then I also reply to those, if you donate, I read those off specifically. So there's that. There's multiple ways to get something across to me if you have a statement or you have a question. W's in the chat for AT Zag, who sent $1.99 super chat to say, HR 4371, I can't find the cavity search. Yes, strip, but, and then it's cut off. If you actually go into the detail breakdown, there's more information that's listed there. There's the summary, but then past the summary, there's multiple levels of details, including additional information. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Let's see. Did Venezuela offer their? Yeah, they did. Venezuela offered like a complete package, a comprehensive package. Did Venezuela offer their? Yeah, they did. Venezuela offered like. You're muted. Are you a Trump supporter? I had to mute you because there was an echo. Oh no, okay. I think it was a mistake. Yeah, Venezuela offered a comprehensive package, including the United States would have controlling interests in oil, gold, and rare earth minerals. And they offered to cut ties with China and, no worries, Bree, China and Russia if the United States would, you know, stop trying to overthrow the country.
W Jocelyn in the chat for the dollar on PayPal. And look, I agree with you. I'm gonna tell everybody hashtag justice for Jeff should go in the chat. I want to see a ton of justice for Jeff. But I want to do an experiment, Santana, because I want to know if this is like active intimidation that I'm doing or passive intimidation. I'm gonna drop, right? And we're gonna see if one of the people you invited come up. Right?
Yeah.
Because I haven't said nothing to nobody. I've just said W's to the donos, and I'm pleading my case for my innocence. I haven't said nothing about Trump. I haven't said nothing about politics at all. I've just been here. So I'm gonna drop, and we're gonna count to 30 altogether and see if somebody comes up, and if it's just me.
You got to do longer than 30. Give them 2 minutes. They get kind of shy.
I'll count 2 whole minutes.
2 whole minutes. With that being said, if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. IDK, you're not blocked if you're sitting here spamming. Get in the box. How can you be blocked if you're sitting here in the chat spamming? I'm going to send you a request. Come up. I'm also going to mute you.
You just kicked me off. I was
trying to kick you off.
I was calling her whiny. You said come up and talk about it.
She is Grace?
Yeah, I was trying to call her whiny. And then I was trying to come up to tell you that I wasn't talking to you, and I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, no worries. So I'll unmute you here.
Yeah, I love you. I'm sorry. She's whiny. She's being a whiny rule breaker. And I am too.
You're all good. Hold tight.
I'm sorry. I love you. Goodbye.
Okay. I'll let me find your other account. I might not be able to do it while I'm live. Oh, there it is. I got you. There you go. You're unblocked. Jeff, you lose.
Hey, Santana.
Council Culture, how are you?
I'm okay.
Good. How do you feel about Donald Trump dragging American citizens into all of these different wars?
Well, I don't think he's dragging us into a war. I wouldn't say we're not there yet, right? So a little bit of a stretch, but I wanted to ask you.
So are you in the vein of as far as like, oh, wait and see?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think
even though we got 15,000 troops outside of.
Yeah, they've been there for a while.
No. They haven't. We've increased the amount of. 1 second, sorry. We've increased the amount of troops that were in that area, allocating over 10% of our Navy. We've sent destroyers. We've sent stealth helicopters and fighter jets. We have now created an actual blockade. We've commandeered oil tankers. Donald Trump is saying that we're getting ready to start with ground strikes in Venezuela. So tell me, like, out of all those things, what we've been doing.
He's only saying some of that, right? To gain leverage over the whole situation, right? He's not going to. We're not going to do boots on the ground. That's not going to happen, dude.
He's literally said that we will.
I know he says a lot of things, right? But like you're. I don't know why you take some of what he says to be like, you know, the word of the gospel. Like we're not going into Venezuela. Okay. So
then why would the president of the United States, the commander in chief, say that we're going to follow through with said military action if he didn't mean it?
Well, probably to gain leverage, right? I mean, Venezuela offered us oil deals, right? Maybe to gain leverage, right? Which is okay.
So you're good with threats of war as a negotiating tool?
Dude, I didn't want to talk about the war, right? I wanted to talk about immigration and in that area. So I don't know enough about.
You know what? Okay, cool. I want to talk about immigration as well. I don't think this is going to be good for you. Just a quick question. Do you know what HR 4371 is?
Dude, obviously you name anything like that, nobody's gonna have a fucking clue. Like, come on.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. Go ahead and make your point, and then I got a point to make.
All right, my point is, have you, and I'm honestly asking, have you worked a minimum wage job? Have you worked in the food service industry? Have you ever done that?
Yeah, in high school, I worked at Wendy's for 2 weeks. I worked the grill, but it was too hot, so I quit. And then in college, I delivered Chinese food.
Okay, so let's take your Chinese delivery job, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got paid cash, right?
Yep.
Right. You didn't have to provide any form of like your I-9 or any of that, right?
Yeah.
You just went up there and you got the job, right?
No, I did. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a lot of jobs that exist like that.
Okay.
That where people aren't
people are paying under the table. Yeah, there's absolutely plenty of jobs.
Taxes, right? So they're not contributing to, let's just say, local economies.
Okay, that's not true, but keep trying.
Well, they're not contributing from a tax basis.
No, it's Becky. Are you a Trump supporter? Yeah, you don't get to play music here. That's weird. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, they don't contribute from a tax basis to local economy.
They do.
No, they don't, because
they absolutely do.
They're paid under the table. Right?
How much you want to bet?
And first of all, a percentage of that.
How much do you want to bet? How much you want to bet that I can prove to you, even people being paid under the table?
Prove it without using sales tax as an argument.
No, because that's literally taxes. So if someone lives in an area, even if they're not paying income taxes, they still have to pay sales tax. And so you're directly contributing to the actual area. That's how it works.
Something like 8%. And first of all, if the state even has sales tax, right? First of all, you're talking about 8%. You know what I pay? I pay like over, 33%? right? They're not contributing to the same level, right? And they're filling up all these jobs. And first of all, you're assuming that that money is first of all spent here in the U.S., right? Because it could also be sent back to their own country where it contributes to their economy back wherever they're from, right?
Yeah, I hear you. The only states in the U.S. that have what's called nomad, they're nomad states where there are some form of sales tax that are not collected within the U.S. is Alaska, Delaware, Montana, New Hampshire, and Oregon. And even in those certain states, there's still potential taxes that are imposed. Just for example, Alaska, they have local municipalities that impose their own sales tax, right? So while they don't have a state sales tax, other municipalities actually have individual sales tax. So even those states that are still like no tax states, there's still taxes. You can talk about Montana, where while they don't have like sales tax, they have different taxes that they impose, like resorts tax on different services and goods, and like alcohol tax and things like that. So the premise behind people not paying those taxes is absolutely false, because as long as you live in a society, you have to engage in the society.
It also depends on where your actual address is, right? Because you can, let's say you work in New York City, but your address is in, outside of the city, you're not paying the city tax, right?
If you live in, if you work in New York City, but you live outside of the city and you go to the local bodegas, you go to restaurants to get
you're not
food,
paying that,
you do any of that, then you pay those taxes in the city. Also,
you're mistaken.
This is really quick. This is fucking mind blowing. Apparently, Donald Trump just announced that he's changing the name of the Kennedy Center to the Trump Kennedy Center.
Well, he works in show business, bro. I'm
not even talking to you right now. Donald Trump just announced that he's changing the name of the Kennedy Center to the Trump Kennedy Center. The fuck. The absolute fuck. He's doing that because he's on the board, and now he's pushing them. Just like there was reports that he was pushing the Washington, who was building a new football stadium. He's pushing them, trying to get them to name the stadium after him. Anyway, you were talking about undocumented immigrants and sales tax.
Well, I was just talking about how they don't contribute to certain economies in the U.S. state, right? And how some of that money also gets sent back to their own country, right? And so for that reason, right, illegal immigration is kind of hurtful to our economy in that way.
That's literally not true. Undocumented immigrants have ITNs, and they actually contribute billions of dollars in taxes, and then they also pay sales taxes. And again, living in a society, you have to adhere to certain things within society. I mean, your premise is a false premise, and it doesn't work that way. Like, even literally, this is how you know undocumented immigrants pay taxes, is because the Trump administration specifically was working with the FBI, and then the court said that he couldn't do this, but working with the FBI, and I'm sorry, not the FBI, the IRS, to find undocumented immigrants and do ICE raids. And they were doing so by looking up their ITNs and finding out where they were working so they could actually raid those areas. So literally, the taxes that undocumented immigrants were paying directly led to multiple ICE raids.
Let's say that there was an employee like you who worked in the Chinese delivery, right? Let's say similar to you, not you.
ITIN.
Did that person who worked a similar job, did they claim any of the money that they made to taxes?
I'm not sure. I don't pocket watch people.
I'm saying the person in a similar job. Do you think that they?
I don't know. I don't pocket watch people.
Did you do it?
Yes, I told you. I pay taxes.
Bro, no, you're lying.
Why would I have to lie about anything?
Because you know that when you get paid cash, not everyone declares it.
Yeah, on tips.
Yeah, on tips.
Absolutely on tips. I'm not talking about on tips.
Table.
I got a base pay.
Yeah, the base pay which was also under the table, right? You didn't claim that.
No, the base. I'm sitting here telling you, no, I did. As a student, I literally literally had a W-2.
Well, then you were one of the few who actually did that.
You asked me, that's why anecdotal experiences don't work. Like, if you wanted to like prove some type of overarching fact or information, then we could talk about that. But you decided to ask me about my personal experience, and I can only tell you about my personal experience.
Look, chat is fed up with me. I'm gonna drop.
No, don't run, because I got one thing for you, and I really want you to talk to me about this, because I wanted you to say your immigration thing, and now I want to say my immigration thing. So just give chat a minute. Let me read off a couple of thank yous, and I really need to know what you think about this. W's in the chat for Megan for the $5 donation, saying no, it's Becky. TikTok accidentally requested up. Sorry, Becky. All good. I promise you, I don't mind when people accidentally request up. It's when people willingly make the decision to overstep boundaries. Like, that's a problem. But W's in the chat. W's in the chat for MAGA cries for the $2 donation, saying MAGA is so whiny today. They're whiny every day. They're literally whiny every day. They're a bunch of big babies. W's in the chat for Libby, who sent a $10 donation saying there's multiple states where you don't pay income taxes. That's correct. I actually work in, I live in a state where I don't pay state level income taxes. I pay federal, but I don't pay state level. And fucking W's in the chat for Shannon, guys. Shannon sent a $50 donation. Thank you so much, Shannon, for the $50, guys. A million W's in the chat for Shannon. Shannon said, I appreciate your live so much. You're hardworking, and your hard work is impactful and gets me through my work days. I've learned a lot and laughed so hard sometimes to keep from crying. I do that too. Whenever these guests get wild. Happy holidays, and also justice for Jeff. Whatever, Shannon. You didn't have to throw that last piece in. We're not doing hashtag justice for Jeff. That is not a thing. That is not a thing. W's in the chat for Shannon. I want to see a million W's in the chat. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Okay, cancel culture. You remember I said this wasn't going to be good for you, right?
Yeah. What's your
HR 4371, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So let's set a couple of baseline things. You think that
you're setting up a trap?
Do you think
you're trying to set up a trap on me?
Yeah, always. Do you think that mass deportation is a good thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you think that Donald Trump empowering ICE the way that he has to be able to go through this mass deportation is justified?
I think that it's enacting the policy of mass deportation is what I'll say.
Okay, cool. Do you think that we should protect kids?
Yeah, obviously, dude.
Do you think that essay of kids is wrong?
Obviously.
Okay, cool. How do you feel about the Republican-led leadership passing a piece of legislation, HR 4371, that will give ICE the ability to complete cavity searches on unaccompanied, undocumented minors, 13 years of age? Thank you for the cake.
What?
Yep. HR 4371, which passed the House 2 days ago and is on its way to the Senate, gives ICE the authority to complete invasive cavity searches of 13-year-olds and older undocumented immigrants without any consent from a parent and without any type of supervision from an accompanied adult. They get to make the decision, and they get to actually search kids without consent.
I've been on lives where people stretch the truth. What is it called? I'm going to look this up.
Sure, HR 4371. HR 4371. It gives you the summary if you go to house.gov. Again, it was signed. It was actually passed by the House 2 days ago. It talks about how they get to do the actual search, determining for minors that are 13 years of age or older. And this actually, they're saying that if there's any type of affiliations or connections where they think it could be gang related or anything like that, then people that are part of HHS and the Department of Human Services and HHS can actually do so, which ICE falls under the DHS category. So, I mean, there's the summary, there's on the text, there's a rundown of it, but it is, if you pull out the PDF, there's 14 pages that goes into detail about how they have the ability to complete that on unaccompanied minors 13 years of age or older. If you want to take a moment to look at it, I can talk to the chat for a second.
I'm seeing the AI overview, and I see that part of it.
Yeah, you might want to go read the entire, like, I know it's a long thing to read because it's 14 pages, but it's gross. It's wildly gross. And it's even more gross. What do you know about what ICE, what's happened to ICE since Donald Trump got back in office?
What do you mean?
ICE, since Donald Trump has got back in office, has now been given the physical requirement of ICE has been dropped. Right, it was reduced multiple times, and people still couldn't pass the physical requirements, and so they completely dropped the physical requirements. The actual time spent at academy and in the academy for them to actually learn about becoming ICE agents, that has been shortened. And now, even so, the background checks have been laxed, and so you have people like the Boogaloo Boys, the Proud Boys, actual hate groups joining ICE specifically. So you're giving these people who are not actually trained properly, who are not, adequate as far as the physical standards, and who may have a shaky background or history. You give them the ability to do these type of searches on unaccompanied minors, which opens up the door to absolutely SA.
You know that they're not actually going to, they're not actually going to do that, right? Maybe it's written into the law, probably by accident. Or
who's not going to do what?
They're not going to do invasive searches. They're not going to do that.
This literally gives them the ability and the coverage to do so. Okay, so you're saying they're not going to do it, even though they can do it.
No, so the threat of it will reduce the. According to what I'm seeing, right, the whole purpose of that bill was to prevent using kids as traffickers of drugs, right? I think that was a purpose that it was implemented, right? If they do that, I really don't think that they will. But if they do that, man, I'll change my position 100%.
It's super interesting that you're sitting here saying, "Well, if that happens, then I'll switch my position." Cool. I'm gonna run you through a quick thought process, if you don't mind, really quick though. Edgar, W's in the chat for Edgar for the $2 donation. Edgar said, "Justice for Jeff." Guys, again, we're not doing that. Jeff broke the toy, and we proved it because once Jeff was gone, cancel culture came up. So Jeff broke the toy. We're not doing justice for Jeff, but W's in the chat for Edgar for the $2 saying justice for Jeff. Just playing, love both of you guys. Absolutely. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Also, 2.5 of us hanging out here, guys. Make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow, and that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. But more importantly, follow the main account. I'm so close to 70,000 followers. If you're not following the main account, click on my profile picture and then press the plus button, and you'll be able to follow the main account. Follow both of them, but definitely follow the main account because I'm almost at 70,000 followers there. All right.
So, do you agree that we have certain laws in place that aren't enforced?
Yeah, but we have laws in place that people abuse and take advantage of, and that's where I was just going. So, quick thought experiment. Have you ever heard of stop and frisk?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. With stop and frisk, was it something that was a benefit, or did it cause more problems than it was worth?
I don't know. I got stopped.
Overwhelmingly, stop and frisk was a negative. It led to racial profiling. It also led to long-term psychological impacts and also short-term detainment of Black and brown people. overall, it was massively a negative, right?
Okay, but the thought process behind it is basically the broken windows theory is essentially what, why they implemented it. Now, maybe they did it the wrong way.
You didn't let me finish with the actual thought that I was getting off though.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so with the premise of stop and frisk, right? Understanding that it was supposed to be used as a deterrent, right? And understanding that not only was it not used as just a deterrent, but it was something that was abused, and it caused irreparable damage to Black and brown people. So with that being said, understanding, even if I grant you the premise that HR 4371 is only supposed to be a deterrent, how confident are you that people won't take advantage of the ability to essay these kids? Because we understand, like, numbers are numbers, right? Numbers are numbers. Who is the leading category of child corn and then child essay?
I don't know, priests?
Huh?
Maybe? No, I
No,
don't
what
know.
race?
The most populous race, probably.
What does that mean?
Right? Whatever is the largest percentage of the race in America is probably the race that does it.
Oh, what does that mean?
That means whatever it means. What it means. What do you mean? Like, whatever the largest percentage of the race is in America is probably the race that did it.
I'm so confused. Maybe I don't understand like code speak. Can you like say it kind of plainly and say what race you think it actually is?
Well, what is the largest race in America?
I don't know. You tell me, friend. You know what? I don't know a lot of things. I know what the DNC tells me. So the DNC hasn't told me that one. Can you tell me that?
It's the most populous race. It would be, I guess it would be the white race.
Oh, okay.
But because if the Black race was the largest percentage in America, then it would be the Black race, right?
Yeah, if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk, but it's not. So we're talking about the actualities and the fact. Yes, white men specifically make up the majority of child porn cases and also the actual touching of the kids, right? But even more than that, ICE makes up, white men make up 90% of ICE. 90%. That's a huge marker, right? So with understanding that white men lead in the category of child porn, owning and producing child porn, and also touching kids, and 90% of ICE is white men who lead in these categories, and now you're giving them the access to the law to be able to legally do this. Do you think they're going to take advantage of it?
No, I don't think that they will. You know why? Because I have faith.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
I have faith in society.
What you have faith? Okay. You have faith in society because indigenous people, right? Indigenous people have faith in society because they didn't, when this Turtle Island was colonized, they didn't unalive so many indigenous people that it cooled the temperature of the earth. Black people have faith in society because Black people were not taken from their homeland, brought to the United States, enslaved in multiple ways for over 400 years and forced to build this country while never being looked at as equals. The queer community has faith in society because they have not been persecuted and prosecuted to this very day with an administration who is trying to vilify less than 1% of the US population, while other members within the society is absolutely trying to take away their right for marriage and also them being hate crime. People with disabilities have faith in the country because, No, this country isn't trying to actually reduce their access to a better life by actually impacting their medical care and also taking away the things that they need to function on a everyday basis. Yeah, women absolutely have faith in this society because, of course, the United States is not restricting their right to bodily autonomy and telling them that they can't actually do what they want to do with their body. You're absolutely right, cancel culture. We should all have faith in society that these men who are literally signing up because they want to harm Black and brown people. Literally, the reason why they're doing this is because they're openly for that. We have to have faith for some reason that they're not going to actually take advantage of a law specifically allowing them to do some fucked up shit.
They're enforcing the will of the people who voted, right? So I think that's not a bad thing. Okay, I think that that's what you should do, right? That's what you were elected to do, right?
I'm at a loss. I was about to just make a point that, and I'm going to make this very calmly because yesterday you and I did not see eye to eye. Cancel. All right. So if 30% of the population is one demographic, and then we have a behavior, what percent of that behavior should be that 30%? It should be 30, right?
Yeah.
What
Are you talking about the rate? I saw this in a comment. You're talking about the rates.
Yeah. So what Santana is saying is that white men make up 30% of the population, but their representation in that behavior is over 80%.
Yep.
But now there are two things that I heard you say, and after this I'm going to drop because I do not want this to be contentious. The first thing you said is that you have faith in society. And I'm going to remind you that when Santana said he paid taxes, you said nobody, so many people don't pay taxes. That's not faith in society. So that would mean that you have less faith that people pay taxes and more faith that the demographic that is overrepresented in this behavior doesn't touch kids. The second thing is the thing you just said, which is that in the context of this conversation, we're talking about a bill that's allowing people to touch kids. And you're somehow, I don't know if you realize this, but you're somehow saying that that is the will of the people.
No, what I was saying in regards to that is that we have certain laws that aren't enforced, and I don't think that that aspect of that law is going to be enforced.
So why write it down?
With that, huh?
So why write it down?
I already answered this question, right? To reduce the amount of drug trafficking, right, under the threat, under that.
So you think that drug traffickers care so much about the children that they are trafficking with drugs?
I don't think they care that. I think that's why it was written.
That when they see, listen to the rest of the thing so you can see how ridiculous what you just said sounds. That when they see a law that says that they might be subject to a cavity search, they're going to say, listen, man, you're not going to violate the dignity of my involuntary drug mules. Is that what you're saying?
I guess so, yeah.
So you're saying that the cartels who supposedly are, by the way, if you look at this, they're not using children by and large. They're using more white people. But the cartels that are shipping their product, if they were using children, involuntarily, mind you, because children cannot consent to something like this, they're going to be so worried about the dignity of the children that they're going to be like, subject to cavity search, and they might go to jail or get sent back. I'm not going to risk that.
It would impact their bottom line, right? So I think, well, it would, right?
No.
Look, I think this is such a disingenuous statement because, again, going back to what I said about stop and frisk and you having any type of belief that, hey, cancel culture.
Yeah.
Do you have faith that the Trump administration is going to follow the law?
I have faith that they're going to enact the will of the voters.
No.
In any way that they can.
That's not the question. Do you have faith that the Trump administration is going to follow the law? Yes or no?
To the extent that the courts, make a decision.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question. Do you have faith that they're going to follow the law? Yes or no?
No, I don't think that they will, and I don't think it's a bad thing. But but just to answer,
so you don't think that they will, and you don't think it's a bad thing. So, are you saying that even though something is law, that people may make a decision to either do it or not do it?
Okay.
No, I'm asking the question.
Okay, I said okay.
No, okay is not an answer. I'm saying, are you saying that you're good, or you're saying that you're saying that there's people within the administration will see the law and say, yes, I am going to follow this law, or no, I'm not going to follow this law, and that's how they work?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So how do you determine which member of ICE and this administration will follow the law and touch kids, and which members of ICE and this administration will not follow the law and not touch kids? How do you determine that?
Nobody's going to do it because it would hurt the overall agenda, right?
What's the agenda?
The agenda of mass deportation, right? They're not going to do it because it would be a net.
Wait, hold on. Do you think that shooting pastors in the face with rubber bullets would hurt the agenda?
Okay.
By the way,
yes or no?
By the way, while you think about your answer, Santana, that what he just said is why, even if what he's saying is true, which it's not, it wouldn't impact the bottom line, because he just said it's an empty threat and is acting like he has more insight than cartels do.
Yep. Now, as if cartels don't pay off politicians and has direct insight.
Let me.
No. I need you to answer that question. Who makes the determination then?
I want to take your angle on this. Where
I want you to answer the question. How do we know who's going to do it and who's not going to do it? And I'm sorry, no. But I was saying, did shooting a pastor in the face with rubber bullets hurt the agenda? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
It did, so it stopped it?
No.
Okay, so it didn't hurt the agenda. Got it. Did macing babies stop the agenda?
I don't know what you're referring to.
ICE agents have literally maced babies.
I've not seen that.
Yeah, I don't care if you've seen it or not. I'm telling you, they've maced babies. Did that stop the agenda?
Well, the agenda is still ongoing, right?
Okay, so it didn't stop the agenda. Got it. Cool. Did actually ramming United States citizens in their cars and then shooting them stop the agenda?
I already answered that.
So no. All right, got it. Did zip tying babies and leaving them on the side of the street stop the agenda?
They weren't babies, dude.
Literally babies. That's why they couldn't put handcuffs on them and they had to put zip ties on them, because they were babies. Did that stop the agenda?
Look, there's going to be I agree that certain aspects of the implementation of the policy weren't done the right way.
That doesn't sound like you telling me whether the agenda was stopped or not.
Well, look, I already answered that.
Okay, so it didn't. Cool. One more for you. Did putting a knee in the back of a pregnant woman while she was on the ground and then dragging her across the ground, did that stop the agenda?
Like I said, I already answered this question. All right.
So since none of those things None of those things. None of those stop the agenda. What makes you think that them touching kids is going to stop the agenda when nothing else has stopped the agenda?
Well, two things. First, I think because you're going to have oversight when they're brought into whatever.
Did they not have oversight for any of those other things that I mentioned?
No, not when it happens on the street. No, there wasn't oversight. When you bring them in, then that's when you have oversight. And look, let me
There's
take
literally oversight when there are not only people conducting raids, but they have supervisors there to conduct oversight. So you're wrong.
Not always, right?
Yes.
And the majority of the videos, I would say there wasn't.
No, it just looks like they don't have oversight because they're dysfunctional and they're evil, right? They're engaging in harmful activity. So it doesn't look like it's oversight because it looks like it's a bunch of confusion, but that's exactly what they're aiming for. So no, there's oversight.
Look, let me show you how ridiculous your angle is by let's for a minute take your angle here. Okay. You think that they enacted this law for the explicit reason to harm children? You think that's why they did it?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, but that's what you're implying.
No, I'm saying that this law is a law that justifies and gives them coverage for it. I'm not saying they specifically made the law for this, but what I am saying the law is it gives them the ability to do that.
With the explicit purpose to disincentivize using children as mules.
Okay.
Right.
So are you saying when things are done that they shouldn't think about the byproduct of said actions that they're taking?
Maybe they should, but sometimes you just have to rather than just sit around and wait until things are perfect, until you get the perfect wording in a bill, you just implement it.
Yeah.
And
you know what's so interesting about this bill? You don't even have to figure out perfect wording. All you have to do is add in the fact that with doing any type of searches of minors, they have to be accompanied. Instead of saying it's okay to have an unaccompanied minor, just saying that they have to be accompanied. And that can be like a lawyer, that can be a parent, that can be someone who has power of attorney. I'm not attorney, god damn it. Power of attorney. It can be anything like that. What is this? It's getting a little too, I get it. But like any of those things can be things that fall within the category of changing the wording, and that's not like a tough thing. So why not say that if there's going to be any type of invasive searches, that it has to be done in the presence of someone accompanying the minor?
I think the reason why is because I think mules in the form of children are being sent without their parents, so maybe that's why, right? And then
a lawyer.
No, and
get them a lawyer, get them representation. Like literally, even if you somehow come across these kids and they're unaccompanied and they're being used as mules and they're being sent across the border by themselves, they still have the right to representation. Yeah, someone said a social worker. Yeah, you can call a social worker in. Like that can be someone to ensure that they're not violated. So again, my point being is, why was this explicitly written that does not require any type of additional support for the minor? And why are you trying to justify it? Also, I'm going to throw this caveat out here, and some people may, like, I don't know if Jeff would say this is poisoning the well when it comes to, debate or whatever, but I think the United States has shown a propensity, especially the Republican Party, who's in power, due to their treatment of the Epstein files, has shown that when it comes to protecting kids and doing right by kids, they don't really care about those things. I think they've literally displayed that by the way they've handled the Epstein files. So just saying.
I'm not arguing for the Epstein files. All right. So
Can I ask you a question, Cancel?
What?
So I just read through this bill, and I read through the ACLU article on the bill, and the part of the bill that allows for searches is very vague. So it's one of these things that is open to A, interpretation, and B, to rulemaking, right? And so my question to you is, what would you do about an ICE agent that engages in the behavior we outlined, and then somebody says, I don't like that, but a prosecutor says, I can't prosecute this person because the law and the rule allows them to do it? What would you do about that?
Well, obviously that's where the rule changes would come, right? That's where they would edit the law.
Yeah, but you and I don't get to do that. The law is already, like, by the time that happens, that law is already on the books. I don't know if you are familiar with how long it takes for anything to pass in Congress in the last 25 or so years. Or I would probably say more in the last 15 years, right? But it's not a fast process, right? And as for rule changes, that's also not a fast process. As a matter of fact, the response to like children being in cages is, what about that other guy who did the same thing we don't want them to do?
Yep.
Right? Like, as if anybody's going to be like, well, it was okay. It wasn't okay then either. Right? But once somebody has done the thing, and then they're saying, well, the law says I can do the thing, what is your response to that? Like, what do you do? It's funny, by the way, that look, somebody just got muted telling me to shut the fuck up about protecting children.
That's propaganda. Propaganda is a coward and won't get in the box. So you don't get to yip yap in my chat. Propaganda. Sorry, you don't. Get to do that.
But think about what exactly I'm supposed to shut up about is protecting children. So once they've done the thing, right? And the somebody is saying, hey, prosecutor, can't you do anything? This person has abused, because it won't be just one, it'll be like hundreds, right?
Meters, right? Because it's like 13 and above, right? So let's just rephrase that from children.
Are you good with 13-year-olds?
A 13-year-old is a
touched?
child.
Are you good with no? Hey, cancel culture. I need you to answer this very directly. Are you good with 13-year-olds being inappropriately touched? Yes or no?
Obviously not, dude.
Okay,
obviously
then
not.
It's a moot point. Maybe you shouldn't say it.
I could say it. Yeah, I could say any word in there, but as far as I'm concerned, a 13, 14, 15-year-old is a child. You could say, oh, no, they're a teenager. That's stuff that P3DOs say. They're like, oh, they're not that young. They're children. Yep. So we'll just use my word. So now that we are back to the actual concept that we're trying to talk about, right? What would you say to, like, say, parents, especially parents who are stateside and their kids get, but parents in general who are like, hey, what are you going to do about this? And now it's written in the law, right? Like, a prosecutor has to follow the law. They're not going to say, they're going to say, I want to keep my record good. I'm not going to charge this person with this stuff if the law doesn't say to. Plus, the administration is backing the law. So they're not really going to say, hey, go prosecute those kid touchers. Exactly. They don't like doing that anyway.
Look, the people so what do we do? You're referring to, right? Their kids are not going to be impacted by this legislation, right? The people who...
That's not true.
No, because they have a level of parenting that's different than...
Why does it matter, though, if it's their kids or not?
Wait. I want you to finish that sentence.
Okay, finish the sentence, but I need to know why it is justification even because their kids won't be impacted.
Well, no, because it's going to be absent parents that it's going to probably affect, right? People who
why
are
does that? So
crime.
wait. So shitty parents, for any kids that have shitty parents, they should be able to be SA'd.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so then what's the justification?
Justification is that in other countries, you have younger age people who can skirt the law committing crimes, right? And I think that's the basis of the law to prevent that from happening.
Again, so what's the justification that you're using, right, to actually say that it's okay? because again, you're not giving a justification of this happening to children, right? So I don't care that the people passing the legislation that their kids won't be affected. I don't care that it's not my kids that won't be affected. I care that it's kids being affected. I don't care if the kids are undocumented or not. I don't care if the kids are victims of being drug mules or not. It's kids. So again, tell me how, or tell me why you are saying that it's okay to do this to kids.
It was done just to push the law into place. Look, I'm not agreeing with that aspect of it. Okay.
No, it wasn't, because that's what you think. That's why you think it was done, but that's not it. Like literally, that's literally not it. You stop for a second, think about it. I got a couple of people to thank, and then I'm gonna come right back. But you sit on that. W's in the chat for Melody. Melody sent a $10 donation saying, not to mention the masked men impersonating ICE. Like that's something that I was gonna bring up, and I just hadn't had a chance to get to yet. Like all the other people taking advantage of the coverage that's being given to ICE, they're specifically taking advantage of it so they can actually do the fucked up shit. Yeah. W's in the chat for Mike for the $5 donation saying Donald Trump for prison. I completely agree. W's in the chat for Kel for the $1 donation saying, again, over 80% of drugs are brought in by U.S. citizens. That's absolutely true. W's in the chat for Kel, who sent another $1 donation saying, MAGA defends this the way that Germans defended Yazis. Yes, absolutely. W's in the chat for Melody for the $2 super chat to say, forced to marry at 14. I want to punch him. MOD. Exactly. Doesn't make sense. W's in the chat for Damo, who sent a $5 super chat to say they caught a predator last month that worked for ICE, and when they caught him, he said, "I'm ICE, boys." Yeah. Like they keep saying that like that's something that's gonna allow them just to get away with like the shit that they're doing. It's weird. W's in the chat for Daniel, who sent a Danielle, who sent a $2 super chat to say conservatives are truly the guardians of the PDF files. They are. And W's in the chat for Phil, who sent a $5 super chat to say, YouTube won't let me make a positive humanist super chat. Sometimes they restrict you as far as what you can say. Also, last but not least, W's in the chat for Tommy, who sent a $5 donation saying, did you hear Trump announce his own Hunger Game proceedings, the Patriot Games? I just saw that, and I was just about to look that up while we were talking. I'm about to check that out, and then we're going to talk about it if that's a thing. But W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, make sure we're taking care of Jeff. Jeff is up here hanging out with us. Show Jeff some love. Can we get Jeff over 2,000 coins, please? Please, please, please. Thank you. Please, 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 please. Also, give him a follow. Jeff's super, super dope. Super, super dope. Jeff, I'm sorry.
I got to re-up on my anti-crash out juice because I'm going over the timeline. And look, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that William Clinton was a grapist, is a rapist. I could say that. No problem.
No quorums.
But we were sitting here while they said that the Obamas and the this and that had this cabal that were trying to do stuff with children blood and blah, 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 and pizzerias and all of that shit. We had to sit here and like tank that, like, oh, sure, no problem. And now these niggas is writing it down.
Platform, Jeff.
My bad.
Tell you, we don't do the N-word over here unless the people are really stupid.
I'm telling you, the anti-crash out juice. I gotta re-up on it.
I need you to shore up on that because I'm gonna leave you here with culture for just a second. I'm gonna run to the facilities for like 2 seconds. And yes, chat, don't worry, I will wash my hands. I'm good. I'll wash my hands, but I'll be listening for my backup, so I'll be right back.
That's what I'm talking about. But listen, they are literally writing it down. Hey, this is the thing we want to do. And so when there's no evidence that it's being done, it's like, hey, this is what these guys are doing. Now, listen, I think I don't need you for this part, Cancel. I'll go right to you. But when you look at the Democrats are the most feckless community of anything. Like they like this stuff. Like they like letting the Republicans do shit so that they can be like, can you believe what they did? Of course we can believe what they did. They did what they do, right? Thanks, Jocelyn. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the PayPal. it is going to the anti. Look, I'm going to take some anti-crash out juice right now.
Soliloquy, or do you have more to add?
Clearly, I have more to add. But like when there's no evidence of the child stuff, we just insert the accusation in. But when these people are saying that they're doing it, that's not really what they meant. I do not understand what is happening.
Look.
Cancel. Renew my faith in humanity, please.
Look, you supported Obama. You supported Biden. You didn't agree.
I supported zero of those people. Let's start again. Look, I told you yesterday, I'm not a Democrat. Yesterday they told you, the people on the panel that you and I were on yesterday, that they cried in my face when I told them Biden was an ain't SN. I said it out loud on my panel before the dude dropped out of the election. That's what I said. I had people who were mutuals with me going, how come you're not supporting? Because the dude's an old white man and he racist. I don't care. There are zero politicians on this planet that can say to me, look at this bill I wrote that allows weirdos to touch kids, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, but your tax plan.
No.
That's crazy work.
Maybe you don't because you're a specific case, but let's say, for example, Santana. Right? Santana did support those two presidents. He didn't agree with everything they did, right? I don't agree with everything Trump did.
Listen. If Santana, my boy, right? We talk on the phone. We talk off this app. If I found out that Santana saw a bill that Kamala Harris supported, where they letting people touch kids, right? And he's like, yeah, but homeowners, it's on site with my brother. And he knows this. Yep. There's no way around that.
There's no justification.
There's a lot that me and Santana could talk about politically about who to support and not support, where we could have knockdown dragouts. And in our crew, we do that. But there are lines. And if there's a thing where it's like, hey, I want you know what I want? I want them right-wing T groups that the FBI always talk about to get shut down. But in order to do that, we need to touch
Nope. And I think like that's the biggest issue that we're having here, Council. The biggest issue is that when we see certain things and we're calling it out, right? And we're saying like, hey, this thing is fucked up, right? This thing is fucked up. The first thing that people on the right like yourself like to do is say, well, Donald Trump isn't directly doing this fucked up thing. Donald Trump is doing this fucked up thing because it's justified. Donald Trump, maybe he has good intentions with this fucked up thing. Donald Trump hasn't done this fucked up thing yet, even though like he's close to doing it. Like that's what you guys do. But the problem is that when you bring fucked up things to me and people on the left, we say that's a fucked up thing, and then we don't get behind it. Because if Kamala Harris would have been a 34 count felon, she couldn't have gotten my vote. If Kamala Harris would have been an adjudicated rapist, she couldn't have gotten my vote. If Kamala Harris would have been a sexist, a classist, a racist, a fascist, she could not have gotten my vote. And while I'm sitting here saying like you can't get my vote and you can't get my support with all this fucked up stuff, when I'm sitting here telling you like, hey, I'm not even saying like, oh, I blame you. I'm saying, hey, Council, HR 4371, this is a fucked up bill. And your justification is like, well, it makes sense. It makes sense to pass legislation that gives people the ability to touch kids because you don't think they'll actually do it.
Let me give you an equivalent example, right? You supported Obama, right? Just because he did some mess up things like using the drones. You didn't withdraw your support for him, right? You didn't say,
it just occurred to me.
Different way.
It just occurred to me. This isn't the same. You're right, Santana. This ain't the same. Because look, even the most libby of libbies that I talk to, that support Obama to this day and wave the flag and still got the shirt, fresh pressed, tied, Febreze. It smells like new. If I say to them, yo, you know that dude drone strike the wedding, they'd be like, yo, that is fucked up.
Yeah,
they would say that. No. But listen, let me tell you what the difference is. You're not saying that's fucked up, cancel. That's what's got me tripping out. No. Listen, this is what's got me tripped out. If I go up to an Obama supporter and I go, hey, a whole wedding, innocent people, drone, kablow, and they go, yeah, but we need to be safe. I'm gonna look at them sideways. There's kids at that thing, right? If I see something that Obama signed, and he did, where it's authorizing strikes, it's authorizing espionage, and I go up to an Obama supporter and they're like, yo, what I typically hear is, yeah, that's jacked up that he did that, but I lesser of two evils, right?
Yeah.
You're saying, here's the thing in my face. This is what you're saying. Here it is in my face. I'm seeing it. You actually went off and verified it, right? This ain't like the thing we were talking about yesterday where you wanted me to believe that most of the pizzerias in New York, I didn't forget that shit. Most of the pizzerias in New York are cash only. Wild work. No, this is like you went off and you verified this. Like, yeah, they're doing that. That's like when you heard the bill. This is the psychology. I'm telling you, I'm tripping out right now. When Santana told you, you said what? And I had a glimmer where I was like, yo, is this dude gonna say that's bad? You went, you looked at it, and you came back, and in that time, that reality distortion shit happened. And you were like, yeah, but they're not gonna do that. That's what I'm not understanding.
Go ahead, counsel. Go ahead and respond and tell us, I guess, your perspective and your point of view. And I have one other point that I want to make with that.
There's not everything that I agree with that he does, right? And I gave Obama as an example where you didn't agree with everything he did, but you still
did you give Trump as an example.
No, I am in this area. First of all, I don't think it was Trump, right? It was probably the actual Congress people who did it. Okay. Right. I don't think Trump was the one who proposed this bill. Right. But so in the same way that you overall supported Obama, but didn't support certain things that he did, is the same way that I feel about this bill.
Yeah, but you didn't say that. See, this is the issue. This is the issue. When presented with the fucked up thing, the first thing you did was look to justify the fucked up thing. Instead of saying
I looked it up, like not knowing anything about it, and then
what did you say?
And the prompt that it said is why it was done. Right, it was done to protect children. Now,
right. And you started by saying, well, this is something that people aren't going to actually do. That was your justification when you found out about this and you looked it up. You said they're not going to actually do it. It's just a deterrent. That was your justification. Also, what up, Dan? That was your justification. But my point being is your immediate response wasn't like, holy shit, this is fucked up. It was, you know what? Let me see if I can understand why we need to do this, right? But more than anything, I want you to answer this question. I'm going to keep it to Trump because it's super simple, and that way you can think of it. There's been multiple things that Donald Trump has said and done, not just the first term, but just like since he's been back in office. There's one thing that Donald Trump has said and done where it seems like people on the right have unilaterally said, we don't condone Trump in this situation and we don't support Trump in this situation. Can you name that one thing? And then can you name anything else that has been overwhelmingly a rejection of Donald Trump by people on the right?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead.
I would say Operation Warp Speed, right? I would say.
I said since he's been back in office, I'm keeping it really specific.
Probably his meeting with Mamdani. Oh, maybe that.
Mamdani? So who rejected him
Dude, you're just asking me. I'm trying to answer that. That's the most I can answer. Okay, I don't know.
Okay, I'm saying who was openly rejecting him and saying we disagree with Donald Trump meeting with Zoran Mandani.
Well, they disagree with his policies, and so by
who was out loud and proud saying we disagree with Donald Trump meeting with Zoran Mandani?
I don't know.
No,
and probably nobody.
No,
okay.
Yeah. So the one time that anyone has openly, and this has been, I will say this has been the MAGA talking notes recently with Rob Reiner, and the way that Donald Trump talked about Rob Reiner and saying that Rob Reiner had TDS, and that's what made his son so mad and actually forced his son to unalive him. This is the only time that I've consistently heard people on the right saying, that's fucked up. He shouldn't have said that. We don't agree with it.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Yeah. Outside of that, whether it's Donald Trump calling for the unalivement of Congress members, whether Donald Trump actually lying about Haitian people, saying they're eating cats and dogs, when Donald Trump drone striking Venezuelan boats without proof that there's anything that's happening, with Donald Trump saying that sometimes people have to deal with a little bit of pain when it comes to loss of jobs and increased prices and all this other stuff. There's never been another situation where people have said on the right, you know what, that's fucked up and I don't agree with it. And that's simply what we're saying. That's simply what we're saying. You guys, for some reason, absolutely refuse to call out the fucked up shit and stand against it. We can disagree on policies, on spending, on all this other stuff, but we should not be disagreeing on whether or not we're going to protect kids. No matter if it's your kids, my kids, Jeff's kids, or anyone else's kids, we should all be sitting here in one voice, one sound, one band saying we will protect kids. And that's the problem. You guys look for justification while we sit here and say we need to protect kids.
I'm just giving the logic why it was being put in place. I didn't say I agreed with it, right? I'm not, because overall I don't.
Justifying it. You're justifying it by you trying to give logic to it. You're justifying it.
I think there's certain things or policies that get enacted that on paper don't sound good, like broken windows policy, right? Overall, it did reduce crime though, and I think, and I'm just looking.
I'm gonna bring you back to what exactly we're talking about, because I don't think this is an analogy, this or that situation. Simile, this is to that. This isn't like a ratio. This isn't odds. This isn't like an over under. This is touching children. That's what this is. That's what we are talking about, right? Look, here's what I would be happy with, Cancel. Here's what I would have been happy with. If you would have heard about this and said, like, look, I'm still supporting Trump, but if I find out an ICE agent touches a kid, I'm rocking with you, Jeff. Me and you going over there and we stomping that dude out. I would have been okay with that. Right? Remember yesterday when you were like, hey, if the torts don't do, you think it's okay to do the thing? That would be the opportunity to do that. But no, not they wouldn't do that. Would they? They wouldn't. That's crazy work. We're talking about touching children. So you're saying sometimes people put stuff in bills that's not good. Like a couple broken windows, broken eggs. These are children though. Right? The kids. There's no amount of anything that I can give you that's going to get you to put your name on the bottom line of a piece of paper that says it's okay to touch kids, right? Like 10 winning lotto tickets won't do that, right?
Obviously not. Well, unless the 10 lotto tickets would help more people than it would hurt. But overall, no, dude. Look, I didn't even want to talk about this.
I know you don't. Like, I know you know what's funny? The original point was you said that you wanted to talk about immigration and the failed war. And I told you from the very beginning, I don't think this is going to go the way that you think it's going to go. And I told you, like, I even gave you a heads up. I said, have you looked at HR 4371? And you said, nope. Like, I gave you a prelude. And see, the thing is when you get new information, you have to be willing to engage with new information. And you were given new information, stuff that you didn't know about. And again, your first response was, let me see if I can actually make sense and figure out why this would be acceptable. That was your first response.
I gave it a 45-second look. Let me actually look into it further. I'll read the 14 pages and then I'll come back and see if, more about it. I'm talking about something that I don't have enough information about. I think this law was passed pretty recently, right? So I think people haven't
passed by the House 2 days ago. It's in the Senate. The reason why I'm hyper fixated on this is because we actually have we have a chance to stop it. We literally have a chance to stop it. That's why when I'm bringing this up to you, it's not a gotcha moment. It's literally a moment for you to say, you know what, this is super fucked up and this doesn't happen, because what we need is people on both sides of the aisle calling all the senators to say, hey, this is fucked up. Don't pass it. That's what we need. That's why I'm sitting here telling you this. It's not a gotcha moment. It's an opportunity, and you failed. You failed to take the opportunity.
I was operating on the basis that this was law. All right? I didn't even know it didn't pass. It's not going to pass.
Now it's not going to pass. Listen,
It's not going to pass.
yesterday you and I were having a conversation, and it got really contentious. I still believe that you don't know facts, like you don't know statistics. That was demonstrated. But you look. I don't want to rehash it. I'm just going over the thing. I still believe what I believe. You believe that statistics aren't relevant, that you can go based on your experience. That's fine, right? At one point, you said to me in frustration that the only reason I'm disagreeing with you is because you're a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
And the tables have turned today. I want you to know that. In front of 2,600 people, the tables have turned because the only reason you're agreeing with this
YouTube and Twitch, Jeff, it's over 3,000 people.
Yeah, in front of over 3,000 people, the only reason you're agreeing with this at all is because you're a Trump supporter. That's the reason, right? I can tell you, we can disagree on methodologies till we're blue in the face. I can tell you I need evidence to believe shit, and you could be like, well, I worked at 6 jobs, no 10 jobs, right? And say, I have an opinion on what happens, and even though I've run whole businesses, you could tell me I don't know what it is to have a business, right? You could say that, and we can disagree. But at this moment, we're talking about children. And you're like, well, first it's let me double check. And then when presented and said, yeah, that is the thing, but nobody gonna do that.
Dude, I had
the only reason you said that, look, I don't want to believe that you're this shitty a person. I don't want to believe that. I think I want to convince myself that the only reason you're saying all this goofy shit that you're saying on this live right now, because it is goofy shit. Like there's no two ways around it. You say some of that stuff on the stoop and you don't make it to the pizzeria. It's goofy. The only reason you're saying it is because you are pot committed. You've put all of these chips into the center of the table and you're not folding this hand. You're riding until the wheels fall off. And think about it. You're in front of over 3,000 people talking about touching kids.
No, I'm not, dude. I said I disagree overall with it, and I didn't even know it wasn't passing. Look, I want to.
And now that's cope. You didn't say that, and then now it's cope. Now you're saying, oh, it's just not going to pass. Sorry, 1 second. W's in the chat for Tiana, who sent a $2 donation to say the 1,776 reallocated funds not from tariffs. 1,000. I don't know what you're saying, Tiana. The 1,776 is not reallocated funds from the checks or whatever. Yeah. No, for sure. He lied. Absolutely lied. W's in the chat for Caitlin, who sent a $5 donation saying, a girl who was intoxicated got separated from her friends and someone called the police officer to take her home. He raped her at her apartment. Bullshit that ICE agents wouldn't. Like, big facts. Big facts that giving the opportunity, they absolutely will do so. Also, W's in the chat for Muzi. Hey, Muzi, who sent a $2 super chat to say, does Jeff have a YouTube channel?
Literally everything content related of mine revolves around 4 words. 4 words. End of a species, which coincidentally is what cancel is demonstrating for us, the end of a species.
I don't know what you're talking
There
about.
it is. His YouTube channel is at End of a Species. And W's in the chat for Danielle, who sent a $2 super chat to say, Obama did stuff after we voted for him, not before. Big facts. Donald Trump, there's a huge separation between Donald Trump and Obama, and even more so, the ability to call him out and say that was fucked up. Listen, counsel, I'm going to leave it here because you're saying that you haven't had time to process the actual bill. You tried to cope and say, oh, it's not going to get passed. It literally got passed through the House. The Republicans own the House, the Republicans own the Senate, and the legislation that they want to get passed, they get passed. So you sitting here saying, oh, it's not going to get passed, that's a false equivalency. So I'm going to let you go, and you take a look at it. You come back in another time, and then let's go through it.
Okay. All right.
Perfect. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, make sure that we're taking care of Jeff. Let's get Jeff over 3,000 coins. We're so close. Make sure we're taking care of Jeff. Let's get him over 3,000 coins. Also, give him a follow and drop something in his pay links. Last but not least, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. If you see the gray heart, that means you haven't sent your daily heart me. Send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It'll add you to the team. It'll boost the live. Turn on notifications. You got to make sure you go back in and claim those as well. So you have to go back in and claim it, but follow the main account. We are so close to 70,000 followers on the main account. Follow the main account. Follow both of them. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Debbie's in the chat for Sesame Lee, who sent a $25 donation saying, thank you for defending kids, Galaxy for Jeff, etc. Absolutely. Debbie's in the chat. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. You're fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. I appreciate you so much, guys. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. Lab Girl, are you a Trump supporter? Lab Girl, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Diane, are you a Trump supporter? Diane. All right, I'm gonna drop you down. Did council run? No, council was actually sent back to the womb lands to learn. And Lee, W's in the chat for Lee. Lee is the one that sent the $25 donation. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, to an extent.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what can I call you?
Just say Brax. That's what my thing's supposed to be. I don't really care what you call me.
Brax. Okay. Perfect.
I actually, so I was talking to you a few days ago, and I think does your live automatically end at 4 o'clock?
No. But it was a whole thing. We're good though. Give me 1 second though, if you don't mind. W's in the chat for Jay. What up, Jay? Who sent a $1 donation saying, tell council to keep the trans community out of his hateful mouth. They're also hateful. The way that he speaks about us harms my community. Unalivings are way up in the trans community, and unaliving rates due to, or self-unalivement rates due to people like him. Love you, Santana. You're the best. You're way better than me, Jay. I love you so much. I support you so much. I support the queer community, and especially members of the transgender community. Like the way that they're being targeted and affected, like it's fucking gross. So W's in the chat for you. I really appreciate you so much. Again, if anyone else wants to support the live, you can do so. Santana speaks for you. Take care of Jeff. All right, go ahead, Bratz.
Sorry, I just looked at the comments. I was making fun of Phil as well, so I can't be called Phil, I guess.
Phil or not Phil?
Nah, his. I do call him Phil.
Wait, yeah, Phil or not Phil or not Phil?
I don't know. This one guy came up here saying that your chat was calling him Phil, and that he was offended by it.
Oh, you mean not Phil?
Yeah, I guess that's who it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not talking about not Phil or not Phil.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so I was I got home yesterday. I turned on the news and I saw that Trump had turned Venezuela into considering it like a terrorist foreign organization.
Okay.
And that kind of blew my mind, actually. So like, you know, Trump does outrageous stuff all the time because I feel like he's trying to entertain himself sometimes. But as someone that voted for him, I thought that was absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump is actively engaging in multiple forms of war, but like it's not outside of the norm. I mean, like literally everything that he is doing has been based off of the history of who he is and what he said and what he does. So I'm a little bit confused. Did you think that you voted for someone and then once he got into office, he became a completely different person?
No. So I know people are going to say, oh, this is another guy that's I support Trump, but not everything he does. I genuinely overall dislike Trump as a person, but I voted for him because I look at stuff from an economic standpoint, and I feel like he would have done a better job than Kamala Harris.
Economically speaking, what indicators of finance was better under the Trump administration first term versus the Biden administration due to actual policies and procedures that were implemented by the administration in power?
If I'm being 100% honest, I don't remember much details of Trump's first term. I was kind of young during that time. What'd you say?
Is it vibes?
I just remember stuff overall being cheaper, I would say. I mean, I don't really think that Biden's administration was the cause of inflation.
Right. So, are you saying the vibes were better under Trump the first term? That's what you're saying.
Like the overall vibe of the country?
Sure, the vibes.
Yeah, I mean, I felt fine, but that was like what, 2017 to 2021? I would have been like 11 to like 16 or 15 during that time. So I wasn't really worried about, I guess,
So I guess then help me understand what economic principle or what was implemented that made you believe that like the economy would be better under
I think
another term of Trump versus what we were with Biden?
So I think globalization is important, you know, like foreign trade, foreign manufacturing, but I think we were letting our manufacturing become too invested into other countries, and especially the car market.
Okay. Hey, Kristen, how are you? I hope you're having a good day, friend. I'm glad to see you here. Hope you're having a good one. Cool. Question for you. Manufacturing here in the United States. Are we a manufacturing company? I'm sorry, not company, country.
I think we try to be, and we manufacture a lot of different things.
We're not. How do we try to be?
What do you mean? How do we try to be? Like why do I think that we're a manufacturing country?
Yeah.
I think in the tech world we're big into it.
Yeah, tech isn't manufacturing.
I feel like there's an aspect to. Well, okay. What do you mean? We have lots of manufacturing in the United States.
Do we make doodads and widgetabobs, or like fuck it? Let's keep it simple. Do we make clothes here in the U.S.?
No.
Okay, so textile is no longer a core principle of who we are as a country.
Well, we have a lot of textiles, like things like cotton and.
Yeah, we have resources, but we don't actually manufacture those actual items, right? Why?
Because we rely on cheaper foreign labor to handle that.
Got it. So if it's more beneficial for us to rely on cheaper manufacturing versus actually manufacturing here within the US, then what do you think would be a suitable replacement for manufacturing if we don't want to make the stuff because we can make it at a cheaper level outside of the country?
Let me make sure I'm like understanding what you're saying. You're asking like why I think, like, what do I think would be a solution to,
instead of making clothes in the US, what could we do that would stimulate the country without having to make those types of goods?
Probably produce more resources. Yeah,
can't really produce more resources. I got you. Don't worry.
Okay, sorry.
Why wouldn't
I think we should export
the United
more.
States put a focus on, instead of trying to bring back manufacturing, right? Instead of trying to bring back things that we aren't currently set up to do, why wouldn't we move on to the next level of innovation and try to invest in math and science and STEM programs so we can actually take advantage of the AI wave that's approaching?
I think we are doing that.
How so?
Trump has endorsed like over 1.6, I believe, $1 trillion in private investment towards AI and like chip manufacturing.
Wait, so is he investing in, or the Trump administration, are they investing in the private companies to be able to continue to develop? Or is he investing in the American citizens to be able to actually take advantage of the AI, right? Because if people don't know coding, right, are they going to be able to get a job in coding and trying to program AI?
No, because they don't have that learned skill. So I know people can say personal experience definitely varies by where you live, right? But
Personal
at least
experience varies by person.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So some schools may have access to STEM, things like that are funded by their state. I personally did, where other people might not.
But my point being is, like, if you truly wanted to incentivize Americans to be able to take advantage, then you would invest, and it wouldn't be an invest on a state-by-state basis. It would be a federal-led initiative that would improve our entire education system, so the people within the country can stop worrying about working in factories and maybe start working in, like, you know, I hate to say it like this, but data centers, right? Clean and efficient data centers, not the ones that they're making now, but just those other instances of like being able to advance with technology instead of hoping to be able to somehow start mining coal or some shit again, right? Like, we shouldn't have people, we should be incentivizing people to be able to work the actual machines and the equipment that's going to do the physical labor, instead of trying to say we need people to do the physical labor.
I don't think schooling is necessary for a lot of those types of jobs, though. Because, like, for instance, if you want to go work at a coal mine, right, and the things that do the heavy lifting, like, you know, your excavators, the big trucks, all that stuff, I think a lot of that's built on work experience more than education.
I'm not talking about coal mines. We shouldn't be working in coal mines. What I'm saying is we should have people who have access to advanced certificates and degrees, and so they can become programmers, so they can become engineers, so they can actually take advantage of an opportunity to grow with the advancement of technology. That's the point.
So you're saying we should have more access to higher education for technology?
Yes, instead of saying we need to bring back manufacturing. No, we need to develop the next wave and get ahead of it. We don't need to go backwards. We need to go forward. That's the point.
I just think it's like there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like I would say I'm for, you know, higher education and promoting that. And I'm not saying, oh, we should only focus on like these what should we call, like older things, because like stuff that's not.
Trump is like spitting in the face of EVs while saying that he wants coal, right?
Well, depending on where you live, EVs and green energy is just not efficient and cost effective right now.
Yeah, but see, that's the point. In certain areas, it may not be efficient and cost effective, but what can be done is we can invest in those initiatives instead of, you know, striking them down, and actually improve our infrastructure, improve our ability to actually utilize these different types of things. Just for example, in Europe, right, EVs are all the rave. And they're hyper fixated on ensuring that like charging stations are all around, and there's plenty of access to electric vehicles, and there's incentives for actually being able to, or actually using electric vehicles. So my point being is, if we want to actually do any of those things. We have to invest in the future instead of saying we need more coal, we need more fracking, we need to drill, baby, drill. That's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid because
I don't think drill, baby, drill is efficient. I think him saying drill, baby, drill is kind of stupid. It's kind of funny in a way. Like when like you actually hear him say it, it's stupid. I'm more for like natural gas than coal. I think coal and fracking and things of that nature are bad. Well, it's not, I don't think they're bad. They are bad. Fracking is terrible.
The point that I'm making is Donald Trump isn't doing anything to actually progress us as a society. He's trying to take us backwards. And it's what it really boils down to. He wants a plutocracy. Do you know what that is?
No, can you educate me?
Yeah, plutocracy is a system of government where all the power is controlled by the ultra wealthy. It's a step beyond oligarchy, and the main premise of the plutocracy is to increase the working class, right? And so that's why you see the Trump administration actively trying to reduce the age as far as when you can start working, and they're trying to increase the rate, the age as far as when you can retire. And they're trying to say we need more of these manufacturing jobs and these coal jobs and all this other stuff, because they're trying to actually increase the workforce so we can have more workers and we can have more people that are, middle class or the top 1%. I mean, they're at least pushing towards this plutocracy. Gary, you said I'm wrong. Sure. Gary, come up here and tell me about how I'm wrong, bud. I'm going to mute you and I'm going to send you a request to come up. Go ahead.
I think some manufacturing jobs are beneficial, and I know a lot of them require long shifts, right? But at least where I live, there's okay, you can agree or disagree with me, but there's some people that just hate education, even if it was the most entertaining, fun thing. They're never going to want to go get an education. They after they hit 7th grade, they're like, this sucks. I don't want to go back to school. And those people prefer to do things like manufacturing. I live next to a Honda factory. I say next to, like 40 minutes away, right? That assembly plant pays very well. Most people start out at like 23 an hour, which for my state is good. That's very good. And those type of people enjoy those type of jobs. That's why I think that we need more manufacturing jobs, because so a lot of people just don't want to get an education.
Just really quick, I got to go in a couple seconds, but I have a question. Just revisiting this, what was the Trump announcement about investment in AI?
He doesn't. I'm not saying like he's personally came out and been like, we've added 1.6 trillion to investment, but a lot of the companies he endorsed, like Micron, like Johnson & Johnson, they've all pledged money to invest in technologies, things like that.
Got it. All right. I'm going to do my closing statement for the chat. Hey, chat. This is why I think they should teach like at least rudimentary business in schools, because AI is like the cutting edge of technology. There are companies who, I'm not going to name any, there are companies who have been dragged into the AI race kicking and screaming. They didn't even want to be in the AI race, and they have their own AI stuff where they're investing tons of money. So by saying, and that's what I thought it was, because I was like, it's kind of, the stuff I do is tangential to that field, right? So, and I hadn't heard nothing about no like government funds coming that way. That would be even more ridiculous. But saying companies are investing in AI would be the equivalent of saying airports are investing in jet fuel. Like that's just what they're doing because that's what it is. Like that. There are people right now who are getting their college degree on the back of AI. There are people right now who are opening whole businesses on the back of AI. It's not a flex to be like, hey, you businesses, and we'll tell all the other people how you're investing in the thing you were already going to invest in. High five. And then you can like praise the president for doing it because You were already doing it, but at least maybe you get a tax break out of it. I don't know. All right. But Santana, thanks for having me up. I will talk to y'all later.
Absolutely. Real quick before you go, Jeff. Guys, show Jeff some love. If you don't mind, one last time before Jeff goes, someone just put in the chat, I like this Jeff guy. Absolutely. Guys, please show Jeff some love before he takes off. And also make sure you give him a follow. Jeff is super dope. Jeff is a part of the Academy. It's a collection of people who are I would say their main goal on this app is to educate and enlighten people. So we got Jeff, we got Sean, we got Solid, we got Swan, got Adorna. Like there are some great people who actually engage in educating, not just debating, but pushing the way that people think and looking to restructure and reshape how we look at society. And so Jeff is one of those people, and I really appreciate him so much. I appreciate everything that these people do to actually educate people on the app, because while I may sit up here in front of thousands of people just to debate with Trump supporters, they are actually doing the thing that's really important. So one last time, show Jeff some love, and make sure you give him a follow whenever Swan is around, whenever Sean is around, whenever Solid's around. Show them some love, give them a follow, get into their spaces and learn. But one last call out, because I've said this a million times. I know that I have such a diverse collection of people that follow me. Please understand, when I'm in other people's spaces, or you go into other people's spaces that you've seen on my live, please don't expect them to do or say the same things the way that I do or say things here. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, if you go into certain lives, sit back, listen, and try to take it in, and then make a decision. Don't automatically respond. I promise you, will learn so much. Last thing, guys, now we got to get Jeff over 6,000 coins. He's at 5.94. Like, really, guys, like we have to do it. We have to do it. So before we let him go, 6,000, we're right there. We're right there. Can we please go ahead and just get Jeff over 6,000, because we're at 5.96 now. 5.97.
Chat is going.
Boom.
Chat is going fast. Oh, that's dope. Thank you, guys. I am going to say a W to Emily. If y'all didn't see her chat, it is in fact true that the AI that y'all are using is just super fancy pattern recognition. That's it. Yep. That's all. It's not really like,
it's not like iRobot shit. No.
Yeah, that stuff is not intelligence in any way. It's just super fancy pattern recognition. So W to Emily for pointing it out. All right. On that note, salute.
You, bro.
I'll chat with y'all later. Peace.
Have a good one. Hey, I got one last question for you. Oh, I'm sorry. W's in the chat for Muzi, who sent a $5 super chat to say, I have to say this: the big problem with Trump and AI is that he's not regulating their energy. Exactly. That's why I said, like, these data centers, it's fucking bad news. It's wrecking our planet.
I'm going to be 100% honest as to why I support those funds going into AI and technology.
No, because I don't want to keep going there. I got something super specific for you now.
Well, it's a money thing, if you're wondering. I mean, it makes me money from the stock market. So
most people are selfish with the way that they actually vote. So I mean, it makes sense, or support. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, I'm going to throw out a challenge really quick. There's 2.5 thousand people hanging out right now. I wonder if we can get up to 700,000 likes in 10 minutes. I think with the amount of people that we have in the chat right now, we can do it. I need you guys locked in for me. Tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get up 700,000 likes in 10 minutes. I know we can do it. Fucking go. All right. One last question for you. How do you feel about the Hunger Games?
Give me I haven't read up on that, but it's probably something stupid.
No, I was just saying the Hunger Games in general.
Oh, I've never actually watched the Hunger Games, so I can't give a, that's kind of crazy, right? But I've never watched it, so I can't give a.
Okay. Well, would you like for me to tell you what the Hunger Games are?
Oh, you're talking about like the movie, right? Yeah, sure. Give me like a little overview. Sorry, my dog is like running around the rain right now, and I'm trying to get him, but he's not. Yeah, it's whatever. You can stay out there.
Yeah, all good.
Go ahead.
So Hunger Games was a representation of each district, as they would put tributes from each district against each other to battle to see who actually would win. It was basically the ultra wealthy using the super poor in order to push a narrative and to push like equality, who gets what, blah, 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 right? It's a whole thing. It's from like a dystopian future. It's bad, right? The premise
The books?
of Hunger Game, yeah.
Are the books different than the movies or no?
I mean, movies are different than books, but it's like,
Well, is it the same story?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit different.
Okay.
Anywho, Donald Trump wants to do the Hunger Games. For chat, for anyone who hasn't seen this, Donald Trump announced what's called the Patriot Games, right? So if anyone has not heard this yet, President Trump on Thursday announced plans for the Patriot Games next year that would put top high school athletes across the country against one another as a part of a series of events marked in the 250 years since the nation's founding. Trump announced the launch of the Freedom 250, an organization that will lead the administration's effort to celebrate the country's 250th birthday in 2026. And one of the events will be featured as a part of the festivities is what's called the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state and territory. The event is slated for next fall. All 50 states will get representation. So
it's like a sporting event?
Yeah.
I mean, is it causing any harm?
It's how the Hunger Games started, bud. Like, you know what? This is like, you have to go back and watch the movie. I'll just say that. Like, trust me. But you know what's interesting? They say that life imitates art, right? That's the saying. And there's a couple of things that I've seen, and I've watched this stuff, and I'm like, saw that in the movie, right? I'll give you an example. They recently started cloning dire wolves. Do you know what dire wolves are?
Don't know what the what is?
Dire wolves. Do you know what dire wolves are?
Yeah, sorry, my dog is.
Okay,
he's
cool.
kind of.
Cool. They started actually cloning and recreating dire wolves, right? Which are extinct. And they've said that since they've successfully cloned and recreated dire wolves, they plan on moving on to dinosaurs. It's Jurassic Park. Seen that movie. Tesla has these robots that they're putting out, and the robots are going into people's homes and becoming helpers and like maids and all this other stuff. And it's the wave of the future. It's, trying to make people's lives easier and better. That's iRobot. Donald Trump and the Trump administration, while winning and taking power, they've implemented Project 2025. And they started to roll back certain regulations, add additional restrictions, put in consolidate power under the executive branch. They're talking about stripping women of the right to vote. That was mentioned in the Handmaid's Tale.
When did they mention the taking women's restriction of or
that's
ability
the
to
new
vote?
wave on the people on the right? They want to go back to a single family vote.
Yeah,
where the man is the head of the
stupid.
household and they actually vote and women don't get the vote.
Yeah, that's stupid.
That's what the people that you align with want to do.
Whoa.
You support the Republican Party.
I voted for Trump. I'm not a make
You
a
support the Republican Party.
Right, I voted for him, but
Yeah, you support the people that you stand alongside. Let's not pretend as if the people that you vote alongside with are like just and moral people. You voted alongside the Klan, right? So, I mean, there's that. Anyway, I say all those things to say, like, all of this has been spelled out in movies, and so Like when I see the shit that's been spelled out, and maybe it's because I watch a lot of movies and I like movies, but when I see the shit that I've seen in movies happening in real life, I'm like, maybe we shouldn't do the shit. Maybe we shouldn't clone dinosaurs. Maybe we shouldn't make robots that go into people homes. Maybe we shouldn't remove certain rights of women's. Maybe we shouldn't have the fucking Hunger Games. And that's my point. That's all I'm saying is like, I guess literally, we've already seen this shit play out, and for some reason we're still doing it.
Right. Like I said, I don't understand the Hunger Games, so I don't see how a sporting event could be that. But if you watch the Hunger Games and that's how it starts out, then I guess you could agree with that. But I've never watched this, so I would just see. I ran track and I play soccer, so I feel like it'd be kind of cool to like to be representing your state in a national competition. But if it's like something like that, then that's a little bit wild if you think that's where it's going to go. Yeah, no, you should go check out the Hunger Games whenever you got a moment. It's a really good book, really good movie. People say in the comments, I don't care. I don't know about the Hunger Games, so I can't relate to it.
Yeah. Anyway, listen, I appreciate you coming up. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down, but you should definitely check it out at some point.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right, have a good one. Chat. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I think that's it for me for today, guys. I think that's legitimately it for me today. We are cooked. We are absolutely cooked. Yeah. Guys, if you don't mind, hit that follow button right here. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow and you're not following me, hit that follow button. But more importantly, please, please, please follow the main account. This is the main account right here. Look. Follow the main account right here. If you see a plus, like down here, then touch that plus and follow the main account. The reason being is that I'm literally so close to 70,000 followers on the main account. So I want to get the main account up. So please, please, please follow the main account right here. This is the main account. Follow the main account. You follow both, you're fucking awesome. Thank you. And you guys made it to 700,000 likes. You guys are fucking awesome. All right. We're going to go ahead and call it. Looks like Swan is live. Let's send a raid to Swan. If you guys don't mind, let's go check out Swan. See what Swan is doing. I'm going to get out of here. I don't know if I'll be back later today or not. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. There's Swan's at. All right, guys, let's get out of here. We're going to go raise Swan and let's call it a day.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey. Guys, W's in the chat for Brittany. Brittany sent a $5 donation saying censorship, ignorance, conformity. It's effing Fahrenheit 451. Absolutely. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Brittany, guys. Guys, thank you all for hanging out today. You were all amazing. Trump supporters, you guys suck. You guys suck ass. Put some peaches in the chat for Trump supporters. Drop the peaches in the chat for Trump supporters because they all suck ass. You guys aren't good at this, and you're not good people. Anyway, I appreciate each and every person here. You guys are fucking amazing. You guys are fucking awesome. I love you all so much. It's a Hail Mary chance that I'll be back this evening. I don't know. But with that being said, I will at least see you tomorrow morning. Same bat time, same bat place. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I love you. We're going to go raise Swan. Let's go show Swan some love. Let's go show Swan some love. Boom. Going to drop her at right there, and I'm going to pin it at the top. Guys, thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for being so fucking amazing. Thank you all for being you. You're beautiful people. Except you Trump supporters. You guys suck ass. I love you guys. And as always, peace.